And welcome back again to another episode of your favorite true crime and criminal culture podcast. Yay!
Whoop, whoop.
Yes, and tonight is going to be another great episode. I guess just to preface a little bit, last week we did a little bit of a shorter podcast. We are doing that again this week. Malia is super sick, so you guys are going to get more of me tonight.
Yeah, I literally have a fever. I have a fever right now.
A fever?
Yeah. We're recording a day late because I literally could not keep my eyes open yesterday. And I'm feeling a little bit better, but I got a fever.
Yeah, and then on top of that, we have some family members in the studio. So if you guys hear a little background noise, we apologize. But all in all, it should be an awesome show tonight. We got multiple updates to go through, a couple new cases for you, and I'm super excited to tell you guys all about it. So here at Thought Riot Podcast, we commit to being honest, intelligent, unscripted. Unscripted.
Yeah.
And
no script.
interesting conversations, bringing information we get and following it to wherever it leads, holding nothing back and sharing brutal honesty the entire time. We censor nothing.
And talk about everything.
All right, welcome to Thought Riot Podcast, everyone. My name is Mr. Ballin. Awkward.
My name's Malia, and welcome.
Yeah, my name is...
I didn't know that I had Mr. Ballin here.
Yeah, my name is Brendan, but I put this outfit on, and for our audio listeners out there, I am wearing Mr. Ballin's traditional backwards hat and black and red plaid button-up shirt. And once I got on camera, because we can see ourselves on the camera, I was like, oh, wait, I remember that picture from somewhere. Oh, my gosh, it's Mr. Ballin's MO outfit.
I mean, to be fair, it's a pretty standard outfit.
It is, but once I saw it on a screen, it clicked.
Yeah.
You know?
You guys just got similar fashion, I guess.
Yeah, well, I think it's also hair color and stuff, too, you know? So, but yeah, super excited for the show tonight, and I guess we'll do a rundown real quick of our topics. One of my topics, I gotta be honest with you guys, one of my topics here, I'm a little bit nervous about talking about, but it sounds like people are interested in hearing that, you know, hearing some of the details about it. But as you guys know, I think I've shared with multiple people at this point some of my background and criminal activity I had been involved in when I was younger, years and years and years ago. But there was a content creator, which we're going to talk about. We're absolutely going to talk about him once we get to that point and the point of the case. But there was a content creator that came out with a video that talked about how he would have done the crime at Idaho 4. And it makes me nervous talking about it because I got to go back there in my own head, not necessarily... because I'm worried about offending somebody,
right.
But it's
There's
just
so much growth and change in your life, and you're not that person anymore.
Right, yeah. And so I'm gonna be giving you guys the walkthrough of how I would have done that crime with the same type of how I would analyze some of the situations I put myself in the past and things like that, and come at it. I'm going to try my best to come at it from a completely fresh perspective without taking into account the actual crime itself. You know, if I was literally going to walk up to a fresh house, which, trust me, it's super strange even thinking about that. That's why I probably feel a little bit weird about it. But that's going to be one of my stories. The other story is going to be part 2 into the 4chan theory, which is a little bit off of that original theory, because I feel like we need to put some additional information into this theory for people to understand the final part of it. I think it's really important, especially for people out there that watch that and doubt it, to understand where, who, what, why we feel the way we do and other people do, you know? And then...
So... Is it going to be 3 parts? I
think so, yeah. As I was putting this together, it was just way too much information. So,
okay.
And then story number 3 is going to be a horrible, one of the worst child abuse stories I have ever seen, and directly out of, you know, my hometown backyard, essentially, in Southern California,
So all 3 of my topics tonight that I'm bringing to the table are pretty much updates. Honestly, all of my breaking news are all updates to current cases right now as well.
We love updates.
We'll get into those in a minute. But we're going to be talking Delphi, all of the drama surrounding the judge and the attorneys right now, the violation of rights. Also, the leakers have been named, and we have additional insight through emails that were, at the time of the leaks, when the judge and the prosecutor, and when everyone found out what was going on, there's emails between them that really shed more of a light on how that was being handled internally. And we're also going to be talking Idaho 4, the 2 S&P profiles, because there's more than one, there are 2.
Yeah.
Which is strange.
It is strange.
And number 3, I'm going to be taking the deepest dive I can with information that can just be found off a Google search into Anne Taylor, Brian Kober's defense attorney, leading defense attorney, her background, anything that pertains to her background.
Yeah, and one important thing to highlight is we intentionally only focused on, like, Google searching because there are quite a few people out there that like to verify information. So instead of reaching out to somebody where obviously you can pay, I think it's like $20 or something like that, and you can get a full background on somebody because it's public records. We intentionally kept it to Google searching and basic search engines just so people can verify any of that information, because there's a lot of unverified information out there, and you know, we just didn't want to go that route. We didn't think it was beneficial to the case or understanding the people involved.
Right.
All right, so it is time for the Thought Riot
Spotlight. Creator Spotlight.
Yes.
So this week we are doing A.R. Hayes, which his channel is A Convict Thoughts on YouTube. You'll see it posted to the screen here. So initially what stood out to me about his channel is that it's a fresh perspective. Okay, it's almost kind of similar to us just because we're coming at it from the other side of the coin, but neither one of us have done prison time. He is a convict. He's done prison time. He's been in prison with some
convicted felon.
Yep. He's been in prison with some of the hardest of the hard, you know. He talks about, you know, some criminals he was in there with at some points, and I've watched quite a bit of his videos that were involved in, like, true crime cases, who were the perpetrators and stuff. But we have some comments from him that I wanted to read. We always try to get a statement from the creator that we can read ahead of time to kind of let you know why they're in true crime, what keeps them here, you know, why it's important to them.
Yes.
So, as a younger version of, and this is from his perspective, okay? These are his answers. As a younger version of myself, I don't know why. I'm tongue-tied. As a younger version of myself, some high-profile cases happened in the community I lived in that affected numerous friends and family. I was always interested in the criminal mind and how crimes happened and would be investigated. Obviously, I unfortunately made bad decisions in my own personal life that put me into a position where I learned much more than I wanted to. Now, at this point in life, I feel as though I can share experiences and feelings, helping others better grasp the other side. Like, the other side view, he said, but
no, that's important.
Yeah,
I think it's super important. And let's be real here. Looking at it from my background, which I also have a huge background in business and everything. America loves a comeback story, so automatically it is going to add worth and interest to his words. So that's not a bad thing. I'm not meaning that in a bad way. What I'm meaning is it's going to give him a proper platform to then be able to do something good with it. And it sounds like he is going to be able to do something good with it. So that's a good thing.
Yeah, and I have some ideas, which I'll save till the end of this. But so why he stays in true crime is the want to help others understand the process via true life experience and true real-life experience. I have a drive to build more than just a true crime channel. I want to build a community who cares about the need to help others learn before life could possibly spiral downwards. Yet, it is also always fun to put great collective minds together and discuss cases, looking for the facts and evidence while putting a reasoning to the crime committed. Yeah. Him as a content creator is interested in the willingness to be real and transparent no matter how vulnerable that makes him. He says his wife is his biggest supporter. She's the only one who truly believes in his mind's mission. I'm willing to sacrifice my personal comfortability and peace to help others feel the emotions of what it's like to have been in the defendant's chair facing the system. Hopefully we can help others understand it's not the place they want to end up.
Yeah.
I think that's all incredible. I think his, goals are in the right place, as somebody coming from that other side of life to, bring a mission to YouTube, build a community, help people to prevent them from being in those situations, but also help understand, because one major issue in this country is a stigma surrounding convicts and people with addiction. Anybody like that. Anybody who's ever lived on that other side that's considered taboo from the rest of society, we have a hard time allowing them that redemption, which we should all, of course, not always be so, trusting.
Right.
It's like the verify thing we always say.
Yeah, respect but verify. Yeah, or trust but verify.
Yeah, and I think there's I heard that rephrased recently. What did they say? It was like,
it's either respect but verify, trust but verify, believe but verify. You can word it any way you want to in those situations. It's just a management tool that you're taught in corporate America that, when someone comes to you, you believe them, what they're saying, but they help them understand that we still need to verify this information. And I think that if the world in general walked around handling things like that, I think a lot of people would be in a lot better positions, but some people tend to get offended when people want to verify things, but there isn't anything wrong with verifying.
No, and I think that he can help people understand redemption is there for some people, you know what I mean? A lot of people have this idea that people never change, and I don't see that as true whatsoever. I know people can change because I've changed. I've watched people in my life change for the better, and I believe he has too.
No, absolutely. And, you're leaning into exactly what I believe in this. Now, I know some of his comments make it sound like he's interested in helping people so they don't go down the same path as him. But I got to be honest, just in my own personal opinion, and knowing how I was when I was a troublemaker and committing crimes, things like that, is nobody would have been able to tell me anything. It doesn't matter who you put in front of me. You could put the toughest of the tough in front of me. You could have put somebody that is still in prison and doing a life sentence. You could have done anything, and I wouldn't have heard nothing, because I firmly believed that, you know, I was right and nobody else had a say in anything I was doing. But what's interesting is if we can teach other people, right? Like the people that are surrounding these institutions and troublemakers, convicts, felons, criminals, things like that, that we need to change and evolve our justice system to actually help people evolve and
rehabilitate
change and,
for real.
Exactly, and rehabilitate. It is a huge deal. So I am a huge fan of A.R. Hayes, and I hope that you know, he keeps continuing that good fight, because there is such a need for that in America. You know, a lot of criminals will tell you that you'll go into prison with like a high school degree in crime and come out of prison with a bachelor's or a master's degree in crime, you know, and that just shows our unsuccessful rehabilitation process when we convict people.
Yeah, because it was never really made for that, despite what they want to tell you.
Yeah, I know.
It was made to keep slaves enslaved.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. So, and it has just transitioned into this really horrible system of prisons that are privately owned and not rehabilitating. And it unfortunately will cause someone to catch a serious offense, you know, like a manslaughter or something. Like I had a friend who caught a manslaughter charge just from getting in a fight, dude, from getting in a fight. And because of alcohol, so they hit their head on the ground, ended up getting a whole bunch of time, a whole bunch of time as in 5-year sentence. But they went in, and I don't talk to them anymore or anything like that, but I've heard through the grapevine that crime just continued. I can only assume that when they went in, it started building this lifestyle, you know, and that's not what should happen. Right, exactly. And it feels like a failed by the system type situation. And, you know, I feel like AR truly cares based on everything that I've seen. And one of the stories that I'm doing tonight, you brought to my attention. I intentionally haven't watched it, how he would commit this crime, because you brought up the idea of me giving my own idea behind it. So I didn't want to taint my idea by watching somebody else's, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And I want to make sure and give credit now and give credit during the story and everything like that, because I think it's a really great idea and it's super interesting, and I'm excited to watch his after I make this one, just to see kind of how they line up, you know?
Yeah.
But I hope A.R. Hayes keeps doing the good fight.
I agree. And I think that a lot of his commentary surrounding the crimes that he talks about are interesting when looking at it from somebody who's been through the system legally. And he brought up interesting things about public defenders that I hadn't quite thought of before, but now looking back, I'm like, oh yeah, I guess that's kind of true. And he knows a lot of these things inherently because he's dealt with them. So
first-hand experience, and gosh.
And I really, one last thing I want to mention is I really don't like this narrative that because we, any of us true crime creators, are not law enforcement, like previous law enforcement, not attorneys, not judges or anything to do with that we're just regular citizens, means we are not qualified to have opinions on any of this.
Oh, gosh,
I disagree with that so much.
Yeah. Because
entirely disagree, because it is our right to have an opinion and to scrutinize our justice system, our police officers, the system, period. That is baked into the Constitution of the United States. It's what it was founded on, quite literally, because that was the problem in Britain at the time with the monarchy.
People laugh anytime someone says that.
People could not question the monarchy. They could not question their king or queen. They had no rights as people. That is our job as citizens, to question these things and for them to be publicly accessible to us, so that we can to keep it in check. What
has A.R. Hayes like caught boycott some BS or whatever
has a little
because
bit.
he's a convict.
Oh, yeah.
That's so lame. Our justice system was built with the intention of the people, all the people, convicted people, criminal people, anybody who lives in this country, to judge the way that our police are managing us. They are public servants. Servants.
All of the justice system, they're all servants.
Elected officials, public servants. They are there to uphold the laws that we create, that we vote in our politicians. Our politicians will back what the general population and public want and put these laws into effect. And police are not there to have an opinion on these laws. They are only there to uphold those laws. So to think that we shouldn't know these things is so absurd.
And if most of the public are too ignorant to understand these things, then that is a failure of the system. Period.
Or maybe you have somebody who's just not interested in knowing these things. That's fine too. But the ones that are interested, you can't pretend like because they aren't one of those public servants means they don't have any right to speak on it. That's just completely insane.
It is. To
me, it sounds like that's either somebody who is has some kind of personal issue themselves and they feel like they need to validate their own position within this system, or maybe they're just hurting inside and they're a bully and this is how they try and make themselves feel better by degrading somebody else is the only thing I can think.
I think you're pretty spot on, honestly. But anyway, I didn't mean to turn it into like a talking crap moment.
No, I don't think we were talking crap. I don't even know who you're talking about. That's just a general. That's just how I see things around this, but
we're a talk show, you guys. We'll just go off on tangents like that.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think all of it applies to A.R. Hayes being a convicted felon and speaking on these things directly with his own personal experience. So just keep doing what you're doing, A.R., and maybe one of these days we'll put some criminal minds together, and see what kind of conversation we can come up with.
I think that's a great idea.
Yeah. Absolutely.
But yes, thank you for being you, A.R. Hayes. You guys should definitely go check him out. A convict. I can't remember if there's an S or not an S. A convict.
I think it's a convict's thoughts.
That's what I thought, but then I thought his Facebook showed no S. Yeah, a convict's thoughts. Okay. Yeah. Okay. I thought that Facebook didn't have an S. I don't know. I got myself confused there. But go check him out on YouTube. We'll have everything linked. We'll have everything posted so that you can go check him out. I highly recommend his content. And I think he's a really cool person, too, like to, get to know and stuff. Like his story is pretty incredible.
Yeah. He comes off very humble, and that's important for me. Being around guys in that lifestyle, there is so much ego and honestly just like testosterone puffing out your chest, trying to seem like you're the biggest dude by taking up the most space in a room. Like that. That's literally how it feels in that world. His approach now, you can tell he's a changed person is what I'm getting at.
Yeah.
And I think that is incredible. I think it's amazing. So keep doing what you're doing, my friend.
Yep.
And check him out.
Definitely.
All right. Now, we are going into breaking news. True crime. Breaking news, not updates. All right, so first on the list here, oh man, this is an unfortunate one. Okay, so 75-year-old former teacher sentenced for sexually assaulting a teen boy at school. Yeah, and we covered another story similar last week. And why I want to highlight these, you guys, for those of you that don't know, I went through a situation of sexual abuse by a female family member when I was younger. And for a long time, even when I was growing up in the 90s, for a long time, there's this social idea that, like, oh, that can't happen to a guy. And I think that within the last decade, we've been very good about changing that. So it's important we highlight these things to continue normalizing these things, that consent is everything. And I'm obviously, when a child's involved, there cannot be consent. But I mean, in general, things can also happen to men, and it's all surrounded around whether somebody gives consent or not. But with a child, anyone under 18, obviously, this is an absolute and total no-go. And I'm surprised that we have a 75-year-old woman who was abusing a boy.
Yeah, no kidding.
And it sounds like they, so it says, a judge has sentenced 75-year-old woman to a decade in prison after she was found guilty of 25 assault-related charges in July.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, the Monroe County District Attorney's Office announced in a statement via the, I'm probably going to hack this, Tama Police Department that Ann Nelson Koch was sentenced to 10 years in prison with 15 years of supervised release for sexually assaulting a 14-year-old student at the school where she worked. According to the statement, Nelson faced up to 634 years in prison, with 373 of those years incarcerated and 251 on supervised release. So, just insane. Just insane. It sounds like the assault happened in the basement of the local private school, so not even a public school, but a private school.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, absolutely. And forced the teen, literally forced the teen to conduct things of that nature on her. So, yeah, I'm honestly surprised she's not getting more time. I don't think she should ever be out, in my opinion. But because to me, like, that just sounds like the R word,
Yeah.
Taking forceful control of a student with a not fully formed frontal lobe, and you're a person of authority and forcing them to conduct something of that nature. It's insane. It's disgusting.
Yeah.
What is going on here?
I mean, there should just be no personal involvement between a teacher and a student, period. Like, at all.
Yeah.
Like, that's, if I see, my kid in high school or at any age hanging out with a teacher too much, you know what I mean? Like, it just seems a bit odd. I would investigate right away. Yeah. Because you just never know.
Yeah.
And I had this happen in my high school as a kid, and I know tons of other people who had it happen in their high schools as kids. It's not as rare as I would have hoped it would have been. You know what I mean?
Yeah. No, I had a similar situation happen to me when I was older with a teacher. And me personally, it didn't feel like it was like a situation like this. It was a very different situation. But even looking back at that is never okay. Like that situation we covered last week with the teacher who sent the nudes trying to, get that kid to come over to her house while her husband was away. That alters that teenager's view of what a healthy relationship should look like,
Right.
Even if that teenager is like, oh yeah, let's do this, whatever. I don't think these people are understanding how much damage it can do to their perception and idea of what a relationship with someone of the opposite sex or sex of their choosing should be.
Yeah.
It's a problem.
It is.
A major problem. So I'm really happy that this boy felt comfortable enough coming forward, because we hear so many times where, because it involved a boy in this happening, he either didn't want to come forward because he felt like it was not manly, or you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
But statistically, we are getting better about this. I just hope we continue to do so. But I'd love to know what you guys think about it. Leave those comments below.
Yeah, back then especially. It would have been harder.
Mm-hmm.
So, we have a kind of update on the Rachel Marin case. Now, this case, by all accounts, has kind of felt like it might be going cold. Unfortunately, despite having a DNA match in CODIS of an unknown individual who was, in our previous video, we went deeper into like the LA connection and stuff. And I believe in that previous video, we also mentioned Chris McDonough from the interview room and his profile and all the information that he gave us about the LA crime and everything. Well, I actually just saw a short from him saying that basically they're kind of on the trail and that they believe the family of this killer is protecting him.
Oh, man.
Yep, so there is a belief, Ms. Chris McDonough says, that the suspect has been identified through his family. Police are on the hunt. There is some fear from Chris McDonough that he will flee to Mexico and that the police, or the law enforcement, will not be ready with an Article 4 warrant.
Yeah, because of what we talked about in those videos a while back where they have a very short time frame to get that article out in order to arrest them if they get to Mexico. And it has to be, there was some weird like small print writing in there about it needing to be translated. Mm-hmm. Remember?
Yes, it has to be translated in Spanish, or else I think it doesn't count or something like that. It was, I don't remember all the details, but yeah. So Rachel's family, her mom, actually did an interview. From what I watched, it was about 5 minutes long, and it was pretty sad. They showed a lot of pictures of Rachel when she was younger. They talked about her family. They didn't show the pictures of the kids' faces because they wanted to protect their privacy. Mm-hmm. One of her daughters has autism and has been asking for her mom, and they don't know how to explain it to her. She says she can't be without her friend, like her, meaning her mom, and she's like, how do you explain this to them when they can't comprehend it?
Dude, that's awful.
It's super sad because if you know anything about autism, you know those kids need the same people in their life.
Yes,
they need them, or else it's devastating. It's devastating for them.
Yeah, there can't be any changes, any major changes, and I can't think of a bigger change, Yeah. And, this case, I think, caught a lot of attention, too, because of the type of person she was and some of the interests she had, which, honestly, for the people that are putting her down in this situation, victim blaming because she lost her life, it's gross, but I wonder if it blew up so big because of those people. So even though you have these disgusting people out there that are putting her down for her choice of the way she's living in a way that's not hurting anybody else and shouldn't be offensive and shouldn't be judged or anything like that, and they might actually be helping this case, you know what I mean?
Yeah,
when you get the people behind it, law enforcement hates it, but it makes them work harder.
It does. But all she did was go on some dating sites. Like, that's all she did.
I think it's that lifestyle, that gym lifestyle. So you know what I mean? And that fake look. I think it's stupid too. But there are a lot of like super pro natural look people out there that are anti that gym movement. I'm not saying it's right. That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is I understand why they have an issue with it. I obviously don't agree with it, but I understand the dots they're connecting. You know what I mean?
Okay.
Yeah.
So anyway, she also said she didn't want... She talks about the family, okay, which I wanted to play for a minute. I'm not sure how it got closed out of on my computer. So I have to get through this little ad real quick, and then I can go to it. But she talks about the family.
Beginner.
Huh? It got closed out. It was up here. I had it ready even on the timestamp, and it's just gone. I don't know why. But anyway, she talks about the family, like I said, and then she goes into this, which I'm about to play, which kind of struck me, because I'm thinking, what does she know that we don't know, you know?
Especially mother to mother.
His mother knows who this man is. And my question is, why are you protecting him?
To protect Rachel's 5 children, we agreed not to show their faces. But Patty is concerned about them, especially Rachel's daughter with autism.
So she asks, when's mom coming back? And she keeps saying, I need her, I need my friend. And like, that's very hard.
Yeah.
That's just super sad. And she goes on to say she doesn't want Rachel to be forgotten. She doesn't want her to end up just a folder on somebody's desk while everybody moves on to the next sensational story.
Yeah.
And I understand that. I definitely understand that. One thing recently that the family has come out with is asking for worldwide prayers for this November. It started this November 1st. It's an online event created by her mother, Patty, and her sister, Rebecca. Everyone is asked to commit to praying 5 to 10 minutes each day for the next 30 days. And they hope that the movement will help lead to, you know, an arrest and conviction of her killer.
Yeah.
Again, I want to put up the killer's picture. He is said to be 20 to 30 years old, about 5'9", weighing about 160 pounds, with dark hair and a muscular build. He's believed to be Hispanic. And yeah, that's the description we have still now, because we have that doorbell footage from the LA crime that he was found connected to through CODIS. So, you know, if you would like to join in on, you know, their month of prayer, please do so. Donate to the family's GoFundMe, which we will also link. And if you have any information, please reach out. The police really believe this man is escalating, that he is on his way to becoming a serial killer.
Yeah.
He's dangerous.
Even if you think, if you're unsure, if like, could that be that person? Just call, say something. If you see something, say something. It could end up saving somebody's life down the road. So, the only thing I have to say is we aren't forgetting. We are going to stay on this topic, and we are going to keep talking about it. And to me, what it sounds like is the police are making progress.
I think they are.
It's really crappy to hear that there are family members that are willing to protect him. Me personally, if I had a family member that did something like this, they have to be held accountable. They have to be held accountable. I wouldn't try and hide this person. You know, you can love people from afar. You can absolutely still love your son while they're in prison for something they did. But if you want a justice system that you believe in, you have to believe in it, and he has to be held accountable. So I just hope they catch him.
Yeah, and if you are the mother of this individual, do you want more people to end up this way? There's been a clear escalation from one to another, and that's, you could have blood on your hands if you don't turn him in. You probably will have blood on your hands if you don't turn him in. Or if you're anybody who knows him, do you want to live with that on your conscience? You know, this is a mother of 5 kids, one who we know is autistic. and she was taken away from them in one of the most brutal, horrific crimes I've ever seen.
I would advocate for police to give that mother charges if something else happens.
Absolutely.
Is what I would do. I think there
Yes.
needs to be real legal accountability around that if
Yeah.
you are helping this person stay hidden. It is horrible, disgusting, egregious, and come on. We can do better overall.
Yeah. Agreed.
So, let us know what you think. But, so, this is a wild one here, okay? In Connecticut, police are driving around doing their police things, all right, and happen to see a house that has ventilation on it, okay? Uncommon ventilation you don't normally see on an average everyday house. And as police officers, they have experience. Like they made some connections, connect some dots. That is strange. That usually means there's some kind of drug problem manufacturing going on there, right?
Okay.
Well, they go up to the house, they ask to search the house, and the owner denies them and says, nope, you cannot come search my house. So, police leave, they get a search warrant, they come back, and they find $8.5 million worth of mushrooms. Mushrooms
Whoa.
everywhere. Like the
Jeez.
size of this compound of mushroom growing, manufacturing, drying is insane. Look at this. There's trash bags on trash bags on trash bags of all mushrooms.
Holy
the whole
cow.
house is dedicated to growing mushrooms.
Okay.
And, for those of you that don't know, mushrooms are a Schedule 1 drug still. I don't think they should be. I think we are seeing incredible changes medically within these types of drugs that can end up helping people with PTSD, with anxiety, with mental health disorders, and mushrooms have been a huge part of that, a massive part of that. Even microdosing, where you're not feeling the effects of mushrooms, you're not having a full-on trip, but you are getting the euphoria and you're getting the physical effects in your brain that help you, where it makes your cells bigger so they communicate better and help cell regrowth, which is the only thing in the entire planet and universe that we know of now that offers cellular regrowth.
It's incredible.
It is incredible. It just needs to be done in a legal fashion.
Like marijuana. They need to be legalized in a similar way to marijuana.
I agree. I just couldn't believe it. It blew my mind in this situation at the amount of this. What a find, dude. I wonder what this guy is looking.
Supplying a whole state, man.
Oh, I think this could supply a whole country.
Yeah.
I really do. Like, that's the size we're looking at here. And
Yeah,
as we're
probably.
talking, there's going to be pictures going across the screen, but for our audio listeners, and we have a whole bunch of them now, there are, inside the house, there are rooms with racks. You know those giant metal racks? They have bags and bags and bags on there, and it says that these mushrooms are all through every stage, okay? It looks like the ones that are out on the lawn are in buckets of dirt, and they're growing in those buckets and bags, and then you have ones inside that are drying. You have other ones that are being broken down, and it's just interesting. What do you think the police are going to do with all these?
I don't know. Destroy them, probably.
Yeah. Have you ever seen those videos where cops destroy drugs? Like, they make that big fire pit or whatever, and they throw drugs in them,
haven't.
and then everyone around there got high?
No, I
including
haven't seen that.
there was somebody there with a news station, and all of them, you can see it hit all of them at once, and they're like, whoa, I think the wind changed, you know? It was super funny.
That would be scary.
Yeah, agreed. You don't know what's in the smoke.
I would be super scared.
You could be high on everything, like all at once, you know?
Yeah, that's...
Behind me is 8.5 tons of heroin, opium, hashish, and other narcotics. Burning behind me. Quick. Well, we just need one more.
Terrifying.
Everything everywhere all at once. So I thought this was interesting, and honestly, knowing how beneficial mushrooms can be for people, I look at this and I'm like, I feel bittersweet about it, you know? I mean, I'm pro law enforcement and want them to be able to take care of these situations, but then I also understand the medical benefits, which people are just now starting to learn and understand and think, oh, all of that gone, you know?
Dude, no kidding.
Man. And so his name is Weston Soul, and just make sure next time, Weston, you hide him better. Joking. Right? But let us know what you guys think.
How old was he?
22 or 21.
Jeez.
Yeah, with $8.5 million. 21, yep.
That's insane.
Yeah, I agree. Yep.
Good Lord.
Let us know what you... Oh, it looks like somebody called in, so that's a tip. He must have made somebody angry.
Yeah.
Jeez.
Poor guy.
Let us know what you guys think.
So, this is honestly unfortunate news, in my opinion. And this is the Long Island Police Commissioner, Rodney Harris, who is the driving force behind catching the serial killer Rex Heuermann, has abruptly resigned from office.
I did hear a little bit about that. I don't know any details.
I'm really curious to see what is his name again? The Shannon Gilbert's attorney.
I don't know. What's the police commissioner? Isn't his name Rodney something?
I just said Rodney Harris.
Rodney Harris, yeah.
His name is John Ray. John Ray. They had just did a press conference, okay? John Ray came out with these witnesses who, 2 of them had signed affidavits, 2 had not. 2 sworn affidavits, 2 had not. And he had Rodney Harris, the police commissioner, next to him, okay? Supporting him. And then suddenly he just resigns after that. Which we had a really odd, which we did read it in that last video where we talked about this, was that statement from the task force, from the police department, basically saying, we had no idea what was going to be said in this, and we want witnesses coming to us, not this private attorney.
Yeah.
I first saw this on Duty Ron's channel. Duty Ron, I'm new to his channel. I love everything I've seen from him so far. He's a retired New York police officer. Mm-hmm. And I have really appreciated his channel so far and him talking about this, because he's the first content creator I saw to come out with anything about this. Basically just saying how sketchy this is. This doesn't look good. This looks bad. And that coming from ex-law enforcement says something for me. And especially considering the history here with the issues in this case. Yeah. And former police commissioner, former just law enforcement were corrupt.
And multiple people were involved that were trying to hold this case back and keep the FBI out. Yeah.
Yes. And now we have this man who was the first black police commissioner in the department's history.
Wow.
He is literally the driving force for this task force that caught Rex Heuermann. He comes out with this bombshell, with news. John Ray, this news in this press conference about these victims, connecting Heuermann to Vergata and all that. And clearly there was, I don't see the problem, okay, with these witnesses coming to John Ray. If they don't feel comfortable coming to the police force for some reason, aren't you more happy to, like, even if he has to be a bridge? Mm-hmm. What's wrong with that?
I have no idea. I don't understand it either.
John Ray has been, like, the champion for Shannon Gilbert and another person. I can't remember what her name is and the family's name. But he is over 2 of these Gilgo Beach victims that haven't been connected to Rex Heuermann. So it just makes... he's been out here championing justice for them for the longest and calling out the police corruption. And I don't know if that's what leaves them with a bitter taste in their mouth towards him, but it shouldn't be. If you guys are doing everything by the book now, and you guys he's already caught, and we're just trying to connect more victims to him, then what is the issue here?
Yeah.
He's not messing with the investigation. He's simply getting more witnesses for you guys to lock this guy up forever.
It was a weird statement. It was a weird statement when we first saw the video where law enforcement came out, because the way that they were conducting themselves and the body language and how they were holding themselves, and they didn't say anything bad. Nothing was said, firing shots at them or anything like that, but one thing that you could tell is the tone, and it came off super offended, like they were super offended. And at the end there was one little comment about they shouldn't have done it that way or something like that. I'm gonna have to pull this, and I might cut it in here so that we can see exactly what it is, but I don't know why that would be a problem. I don't know. When I hear this news, I immediately think, okay, so obviously one of 2 options, right? Is there something shady going on here? And was he asked to resign in a situation where it's like, look, you can either resign or we can remove you. You pick, which one is the best for your career. So is it something like that? And why are those reasons there? Like, what are the reasons behind that? Or is it something more honest where this guy got in the position, was unhappy with the position, he came, he conquered, and he's moving on? That could be it too. I don't know. I would love to hear a statement from him and know a little bit more about why.
Yeah, I'll give you some more. But this what is it called? Response, I guess, to the press conference. This is District Attorney Raymond A. Tierney's statement regarding Gilgo Beach investigation and prosecution. Without providing any advance notice to the prosecutors pursuing this case in court or the Gilgo Beach Homicide Task Force members investigating these murders day in and day out, we watched today's press conference not knowing what was going to be reported. We will continue to investigate this case through the grand jury process and not through press conferences. No private attorneys are or have ever been members or agents of the task force. Any citizen who believes that they have relevant evidence regarding the Gilgo Beach investigation should report it to the investigative agencies that comprise the task force. Those agencies are Suffolk County District Attorney's Office, Police Department, Homicide Bureau, and Suffolk County Sheriff's Office, NYPD, it's NYSP, State Police, New York State Police, and the FBI. Any attorneys representing victims or their families by definition have a conflict of interest and should not be part of the investigation. Accordingly, private attorneys are not part of the task force, and potential witnesses should not be reaching out to private attorney with an interest in the outcome of the case.
I mean, potential victims can reach out to anyone they want. Let's be real here. And obviously I'm not an attorney and I've never been a district attorney, but that's just not true. They can reach out to whoever they want and talk about whatever they want with anyone they want. However, I think it's important in this situation to ask why, okay? One thing that I feel like they're not paying attention to is that for years, decades, they had a police department and office. They didn't feel like they could trust anybody there. They were trying to connect dots. They were suggesting information and investigation details, and they were just somehow getting lost, you know? And there was no movement on this. So I think if they were a little bit more understanding, they might get a little bit more traction and movement on this case. I'm just thrilled the FBI came in and closed this thing out with the evidence they did. But if we can connect more bodies to this, I think that is very important. Or is there some sort of police involvement like we're wondering?
Yeah, I mean, with the statements, there was a Brooklyn officer implicated in that.
Yep.
Maybe he procured Karen Vergata.
Yep.
Maybe he was involved in more than one of those situations, and that's terrifying. So, apparently this resignation of Rodney Harrison's, comes just days before a Suffolk County executive race between Dave Colon and Ed Romaine. Or, I think it's Romaine. Mm-hmm. So, Ballone, who has held the position since January 2012, is not running due to term limits, which I did hear Duty Ron say. I'm pretty sure he was talking about Ballone, saying that he hasn't liked him from the beginning or something like that.
So Harrison stepping in?
Huh?
Is Harrison stepping into that race? Is that what it's about? The political race?
I don't think so. No. It says, according to reports, it's been widely known that Harrison would not be a part of the new administration. So there was an email to the department where he spoke about the time he served as the police commissioner. And he said, it was a privilege and one of the greatest highlights of his career. It has been an honor to be part of this organization and work with so many talented individuals. Each day I've been impressed by stories of heroism, bravery, and dedication to the residents of this county. I appreciate and admire each one of you is an understatement. He expressed gratitude to the county executive Ballone for the opportunity. It says it was a challenge, but I will say this, just being able to bring the law enforcement people together to get to that point, to identifying our subject as a major accomplishment for me in law enforcement, being able to bring comfort to the families. Some of my predecessors got a bad rap for not getting the job done. I thought that was very unfair because a lot of good work was done before I got there. He said we were just able to take it over the finish line.
Interesting. So again, I don't feel like there could be something shady, but there could be. You never know. The only thing that we can do is ask questions, right, in this situation. Because, again, that's just really vague.
It is vague, and so is Ballone. He also made a statement to the Daily Mail. It's vague, too. Just saying he was historic, you know, he was the first black commissioner, how he did, like, a wonderful job, you know, all of it. It's all vague, and it's all just commending each other. But the timing is odd. Now, is it not that odd, and that press conference just came in at odd timing, and this was already something that was going to happen?
Yeah.
I don't know. What do you think? Do you think that press conference led to something?
So, I think where my question is okay, they're talking about that he came in at an odd time, right? And it's right during a political race, but is that being said because that politician already has someone selected for that job?
See, that's kind of what Duty Ron was talking about, too, is that a lot of times they like to bring in their own people.
Gotcha. Okay, so that makes more sense.
It's just not a good time for the commissioner to be changed.
Yeah, but that's politics. You bring in your own. That's common. I mean, look at the president. Look at the representatives. Anybody, they bring their own team. You bring your own team. I don't know if it means there's anything strange about it. I have no idea. You know, I think it's important when we're looking at situations like this. It doesn't always mean there's something strange going on.
I don't know, man.
But we'll keep a close eye on it. We will absolutely keep a close eye on it.
That statement, because I assumed with the police commissioner being there, who is a part of the task force.
Yeah.
Okaying it, that statement that came out was odd.
Yeah.
It was extremely odd.
It is.
And then him resigning after made it more odd for me. Yep. Now, was it enough to try to force him into a resignation? I don't know. I don't know. Could it be maybe it's a combination of things. Who knows? Yeah. I don't know.
Or, maybe there's a police officer that was involved and they are now a member of management, and there's a reason why they suggested to the people, hey, don't reach out to private attorneys. And if you notice, they actually said the FBI last. Maybe they're hoping to, stop some of the information coming in, the information that buries wrecks, but leaves police officers, you know what I mean? Because that's also a bad image for the police department.
It is.
Now, that is disgusting to think about. But again, Thought Riot, we're going to ask questions. Doesn't necessarily mean that's what we believe going on, but could that be the situation? I believe that the FBI did amazing in this case. So, I don't know. I don't know. Curious what you think for sure.
I think Rodney Harrison did amazing too. He's really the reason this took off, because he formed the task force.
Yep.
He started this being re-looked into. He made it happen, okay? Because yes, there was good work before him, but it wasn't being acted on until he got into that position. Yeah. He formed the task force and he made it happen.
Yeah. But curious what you guys think about it.
Yeah, what's going on here? Because I'm not 100% sure. But I think we'll find out eventually, hopefully.
I think it's a toss-up, a flip of a coin.
Yep.
I don't know. It could just be politics. It could be there's some additional things that beg the question,
Yep.
So, for my last true crime breaking news update, it is super criminal to look this good. Awkward. No, okay, really. So
all of your jokes just end in awkward silence.
Yeah, that's okay. What about it? As long as I'm making the awkwardness, it's okay. But if someone else is making the awkwardness, it's too awkward for me.
Okay.
So, Britney Spears is on a car rampage again. She recently got pulled over, and when she gets pulled over, this is a funny one. As the cop is walking up, she's like, "Hey, I'm sorry I was going so fast. I had to TT," is what she says. TT. Strange.
She had to pee.
Yeah, but it's kind of funny. And then the cop's like, "Hey, I pulled you over just last month." And he was like, "Yeah, and let me see your ID." And she didn't have her driver's license on her. She didn't have her insurance on her. She's driving a $150,000
She's
car.
rich.
And the cop then, he didn't say it in that video, but when I was looking through video, I looked for the body cam on the last time he pulled over too, and he pulled her over 2 months before that. So she's been pulled over 3 times in the last 4 months. And doesn't ever have her license on her.
Oh.
Yeah. I thought it was super funny.
Does she even have a license?
I don't know, based on what the cop was saying. And he was like, "I told you need to get your license." Now, this time, the reason she got pulled over is because he says that she was driving over the double yellow line and was asking her, "Hey, what, you know not to go over that double yellow line, right?" And apparently the first 2 times she got pulled over, he let her off, but this time he ticketed her. So are we going to see another rampage of Britney Spears?
A CHP officer pulls over pop star Britney Spears not once but twice in the span of a month. One stop on September 10th, the next on October 6th, were both captured on the officer's body cam.
Sorry, I had to TT. My house is right there. I'm so sorry.
Yeah, pass on the double yellows. You can't do that.
I'm so sorry.
Do you have your license? Okay, I'm trying to shade you. Hold on. There we go.
My security at my house has my passport and my driver's license.
Okay.
I it's for Mexico.
Okay, you haven't gotten your license yet? I stopped you a few weeks ago, and you're supposed to get your license.
I'm sorry.
Okay, do you know you can't pass on the double yellows?
Yes, sir, I'm sorry.
Okay, yeah, the reason for that is there's private driveways, so
I'm so sorry. I know
people are pulling in and out.
There's a bathroom that is about to come out right now. I'm so sorry.
Okay, do you have any, like, photo ID or anything with your name on it? I know who you are, but...
Yes, they have it in my house.
Okay.
The officer then gave Spears a citation for passing on the double yellow line.
Do you have any questions? Okay, make sure everything's correct. And then here you go. You're free to go. Just drive safely, okay?
CHP officers are not required to wear body cams, but this officer had his own, and that made the video subject to a public records request. In the first traffic stop in September, the CHP officer gave Spears a warning for speeding instead of a ticket, but now says he's done giving her breaks. Spears' autobiography, The Woman in Me, went on sale last week and is currently ranked #2 on Amazon's nonfiction bestsellers list.
I hope not, because she just got out of her conservatorship. That would look so bad.
I know. And she just, like, what I'm wondering is her autobiography just came out too, and it is #2. So are we going to see a situation where when she's in the limelight or when she has like a lot of money coming in, does that spark some kind of confidence ego that's going to start causing problems?
You know what I mean? Mental health?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think she has pretty severe mental health issues, unfortunately, and it could very well be, it is most likely from being a child star. And trauma,
for sure.
And they can't have a normal life. They don't know what it's like to be without that spotlight on them. You just can't have a grounding in reality. You cannot. It's impossible.
I agree with you.
And
I agree.
I think a lot of those child stars from her generation, they didn't get parents that saw the importance in keeping them grounded in reality and having a normal life. The way that we've learned because of people like Britney Spears and Lindsay Lohan and Amanda Bynes, like, we see that now. We're like, oh, they can't just be these little celebrities their whole lives from the time they're like 5.
Well, regardless whether she has a firm grounding in reality or she's losing it, hopefully she gets it together.
Yeah, I mean, I agreed with her getting taken off her conservatorship or whatever, because it did feel exploitative. You know, there was a lot of like hypocrisy in saying she couldn't do this and be an adult in this way, yet they'd be working her into the ground and taking all her money.
The money was the big thing for me.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
Because like if you really care about somebody, it shouldn't be about the monetary gain. That shouldn't be there at all.
No.
Technically, if you're family and you have that person's best interest in mind, she should be able to keep all her money, all of it, and you're doing that because you care and love them, you know?
Yeah.
But that's not what we saw, and I'm just curious if we're going to see a bald Britney soon.
Just a little bit older?
Yeah.
Oh, gosh. I hope not. I hope it doesn't go down that route. You know, she has kids. I hope the best for her and, you know, being able to be in her kids' lives and be a positive person in her kids' and family's lives. I just hope she doesn't have to ever go down that route again.
Yeah, I do too.
Because it's sad.
I want the best for anybody, but you better believe I was definitely chuckling, laughing when I seen a bald Britney Spears, you know. So, just, Britney, get your license. Like the cop said, all right, get your license, carry it in your car. I mean, shoot, if you have a habit of not carrying your license, why don't you just stick it in like the glove box? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Just put it in the glove box and you never not have it.
Yeah, that's true.
If she doesn't have a license, that cop is taking care of her, like hooking her up. He let her go twice. And my big question with this is like on the legal side of things, why is a cop so lenient towards Hollywood stars? Is it because they are a star and they're like starstruck? Or is it because they know, hey, this person's a millionaire, so me writing this ticket is going to end up costing the court more money than they're going to make, because we know they're going to get out of it because they have great attorneys, and at a regular traffic court or basic criminal court, any good attorney would be able to shred anything, you know? I'm curious. It made me wonder that when I was watching it, you know, all jokes aside.
Yeah.
I don't know, but...
I mean, we see it over and over.
Yeah, I mean, I just got pulled over the other day, and the cop was like, oh my God, you're Brendan from Thought Riot. Make sure you have your license and drive slower. You know, it just happened to me. So popular.
Yep.
Just can't keep them off me.
Such a star.
Yeah. Yeah. But I'm curious what you guys think. Let me know why you think she's just getting off left and right. Is it because of potential attorneys or because she's Brittany B?
Brittany B.
Yeah. I didn't want to cuss. We don't cuss on this show. We are family friendly, okay?
We were just on live stream the other day, and we had some breaking news happen, okay? Which was an officer-involved shooting in Spirit Lake, Idaho, which is Kootenai County, Idaho. Now, at the time, all we could learn was it was an officer-involved shooting, no officers had been injured, and that it involved a woman.
This morning, we are continuing to follow a SWAT standoff in Spirit Lake, Idaho. Last night, Kootenai County Sheriff's deputies surrounded a home near 4th and Jefferson. KRIM 2's Nicole Hernandez is live in Spirit Lake right now. Nicole, I know you've been gathering information for us this morning. What can you share with us?
So, Channing, right now we're at 4th and Jefferson, where last night there were dozens of sheriff's office deputies as well as Coeur d'Alene police cars here. Since last night, those police officers and deputies have cleared out. There is just one more sheriff's deputy car here in the parking lot of an apartment complex just to the right of me here. Now, we don't know much about what happened late last night, but what we do know is there was a report of an officer-involved shooting at 8 o'clock last night right here in this area of Jefferson and 4th Avenue. We do know that no officer ended up hurt, but we don't know whether or not the other person involved in that officer-involved shooting ended up hurt or not. After the reports of the officer-involved shooting, then that's when a SWAT standoff happened at one of the houses here around 4th and Jefferson. We don't know which house at this point, and we don't know whether or not the suspect was actually in the house, but our Kyle Simchuk was actually here last night, said around, again, this started about 8 o'clock, so around 11 or so when he left, police cars also started leaving this area as well. So overnight, that's the SWAT team left, as well as most of those sheriff's deputies and Coeur d'Alene police officers as well. So we do have calls out to the Kootenai County Sheriff's Office to see if they can't give us any update on how the situation ended. But for now, things are back here clear in Spirit Lake, Idaho. In Spirit Lake, Nicole Hernandez, KRIM 2 News.
Yeah.
That's it. Mm-hmm. That's all we got. And that they responded to like a 911 call having to do with like some mental health issues or something like that. Well, now we know that a 67-year-old woman died in a senior living apartment Wednesday after a police shooting and SWAT standoff that forced other residents of the complex to evacuate.
So a stray bullet?
I don't know.
Oh, no.
I'm thinking that's where this is going. So they responded to the mental health call.
Or was the 67-year-old the one with the gun?
I don't know.
Oh my gosh.
The details of this shooting, we don't know for sure yet, but I do know that these police officers have been put on leave.
That's not funny.
As is protocol.
I was just thinking, like, I got the image in my head of, like, an older person in a walker in a shootout. That's why I giggled. Not because someone passed, but just like the cartoonish, you know.
I kind of giggled too because I got the same image in my head. But this is obviously not funny.
No.
But
We do have some breaking news, an update to a SWAT standoff in Spirit Lake, Idaho. We now know that the person involved was a 67-year-old woman, and police have confirmed now that woman has died. Now, last night, Kootenai County Sheriff's deputies surrounded a home near 4th and Jefferson. We don't know much about what led up to this standoff, but take a look at this video here from last night. What we do know is around 8 o'clock last night, there were reports of an officer-involved shooting. The officer was not hurt, but again, we now know the 67-year-old woman involved did die. After the shooting, a standoff started at a house near 4th and Jefferson. Deputies had to ask people living in an apartment complex nearby to evacuate. Late last night, SWAT and deputies started leaving, and then by this morning, things were quiet again. We, again, are still waiting on more updates from Kootenai County Sheriff's Office as to what led to this officer-involved shooting.
So they responded to this shooting on 5th Avenue and Jefferson Street in Spirit Lake. And this was all they knew was there's a mental health call, you know, and then soon to be SWAT standoff. So the Kootenai County Sheriff's Office is investigating the incident. That's whose jurisdiction it ended up falling into. Originally, I was following up with the police department, but it's actually the sheriff's department that is going to be releasing more information. Yeah.
Crime.
So they put out a statement that the woman was later found dead in an apartment.
Later, okay.
Yep. She was identified as 67-year-old Sa S.A. Floyd.
Sa Floyd, okay.
Yeah. Some people who said they knew her said her first name was spelled S.A.
Okay.
So I don't know if that's exactly how it's pronounced, but I think it's Sa or Say. I'm not sure. I haven't heard that name before.
Okay. Well,
so there's been no indication whether or not she was killed by a police officer's gun or in some other way. So it was apartment 8 of Maple Tree Court, a senior housing facility on 401 Jefferson Street. That's odd that it's a senior home facility. It says that a resident, Steve Stoke, and this is from the spokesman review, I think it is, the spokesman. So Steve Stoke, who lives across the street, said his wife heard 5 gunshots and found someone barricaded themselves into the apartment. SWAT and police surrounded the apartment and flashbangs were deployed, which were heard by neighbors on the surrounding streets. Police sounded like they were negotiating with the person to come out of the unit. Other residents at Maple Tree Court evacuated to Spirit Lake City Hall. And I do remember seeing something come up saying that that was where the reunification was going on, like people who had to evacuate and be reunified with like their family or whatever. That's where you were to go.
I mean, at least they evacuated. There's been other shooting situations locally where, I mean, even the really popular one, the Kopaka one, and no one was evacuated.
Yeah. Well, there were people evacuated. There were. That's not true. There were some who slept through it. There were some who were evacuated, but it wasn't very timely.
Yeah. Yeah.
So
I think that's what I'm getting at in the beginning.
Yeah.
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 Because we know
when they should have been.
Correct.
I think the roommates were technically evacuated immediately, but in the surrounding building, it wasn't timely.
Yeah, there were neighbors literally like right next to the apartment that weren't evacuated.
Literally watching them fly drones in there and stuff. I know.
That's what I'm talking about. You know, when you evacuate something as a police officer, I would think that you're literally banging on the door like, hey, we need you out here. I'm going to wake you up if you're asleep. You're going to hear it if you're in the shower. Like, you know what I mean? You're not going to get through this.
Like holding a loudspeaker, yelling at everybody, wake up, come out, evacuate, or whatever. Everybody running through the halls, knocking on doors.
That's what I would expect.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Maybe even send out a live alert to phones, like that kind of thing.
This is unfortunate if they did this evacuation and still at a senior living, somebody still got hit with a stray. That's really unfortunate.
No evidence at this time to point towards stray or that this was the person that was in the standoff. We don't know for sure. They were apparently holding a loudspeaker and saying, like, come out with your hands up. We're just here to help you. And it went on for hours. It went on for hours. There's another neighbor called, her name's Amanda Ask, who said she got there around 6:30 p.m. and the apartment was surrounded. SWAT drove a truck into the complex with multiple officers standing at the back of the car, all armed. She could hear a helicopter flying above.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah. It was shocking for the town. It's supposedly a really quiet town. This is really unusual. Odd.
Yeah, it is really strange, and it seems like there's a lot going on in that Idaho area. And what is strange is that it based on the statistics, the criminal statistics of that area, there hasn't been much going on there for a long time. Then all of a sudden it's boom, 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 you know?
Yeah.
Well, I guess there had been some crimes, but they've been classified as not criminal, but people ending themselves, things like that. So there is a history of crimes, but this also not like shootouts.
This also doesn't make sense because what people are saying in the area, okay, there's a visitation aide that would come help her, like, run errands, this little old lady.
Okay.
She said she only weighed 100 pounds, and when they would go do things together, she would hang on to her arm, and she had trouble seeing. She was, like, almost blind. She was poor. She was being evicted, apparently, sometime soon, which I guess could add to a mental health breakdown. But from what we're hearing, she had trouble getting around and seeing. How could she be involved in a SWAT standoff? That doesn't make sense.
Got it. Yeah.
You know what I mean? She's like this old lady who's pretty frail, it sounds like, can't see very well. This doesn't make sense.
Yeah, it's having a hard time adding up.
It doesn't add up. The only thing I could think is, does she have some kind of grandkid or family member that came to her apartment and did this, and she ended up being like
a victim of
the
situation?
Yep.
I don't know.
Because this doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense. They said they didn't know if she had a weapon. She was almost blind.
Yeah.
So it doesn't make sense for it to have been her. I can't imagine a 100-pound older lady who's blind and has trouble getting around.
Yeah.
Being in a SWAT standoff.
I hear you, but could it escalate really fast? I'm sure these situations escalate really fast. I'm sure they do, but wouldn't you expect law enforcement to start calling people, start asking questions and things like that so they know what they're getting into? Yeah, I would expect so, but I'm curious to find out more about it. I really am. I'm curious to see if there's any major red flags here. What, who, what, where, how, why, and everything in between.
Yeah, now they did say that she was down to her literal last 9 hours for the year of being able to stay at this place. So this was like her last night there.
So it kind of all adds up to her being the one. It's kind of strange.
It is strange.
Because it's a mental health call, so it kind of sounds like maybe someone knew, maybe someone had heard, maybe she was saying some end yourself type things, and the police got called, and she ended up saying, like, hey, don't come in here, I'm going to do something I'm going to regret, and then she did do that thing. I don't know.
She also didn't seem violent or angry. Like, it just doesn't make sense to me.
I get it.
How could she be in a SWAT standoff being blind?
It might not be about that. It might be that she had a weapon and she was intent on ending herself, and it turned into this once law enforcement got involved.
Yeah, but they shot her.
Well, I thought you said we didn't know that. So did police shoot her?
They said it was a SWAT standoff.
Yeah, but that doesn't necessarily mean it's a police bullet.
They said there was an officer-involved shooting. And there's officers on leave, meaning they killed somebody.
Yeah.
That's protocol.
It
when
sure
an officer
seems
shoots
like
somebody.
that. It sure seems like that. So I don't know. I don't know.
Well, that's what...
I'd be curious to know.
That's
once
all the
these get
information.
released.
Yeah, this is all the information we have on it thus far. You know,
some people wanted to know more, so it's interesting because we still don't know a lot. We still don't know a lot. It sounds like there isn't a whole lot of coverage here. We saw the news reporter that had that really funny hair that we were laughing about.
Yeah.
But they were forced to be way away from the scene and didn't know anything. And this still isn't anything.
No, I mean, we got the name, we got some context here, but we still don't have the specifics. So
we don't know if it's a police bullet. We don't know if...
for sure.
If the police were ever shot at. We don't know anything. You know?
Yeah.
But I'm curious what you guys know if you've heard of more. You know, we have a lot of viewers that are from that area, a whole lot. Let us know what you hear from boots on the ground, feet on the street.
Yeah.
We would like to know.
We would.
Let us know. And that is it. Over. Done for the breaking news. True crime breaking news by Thought Riot Podcast. Get some.
You were about to say updates again.
No, I wasn't.
You were too.
No way. So, first story of the night. I figured we'd start off with, in my opinion, what is the hardest story here, but is equally important for us to share and talk about. So, have you heard about the case coming out of Southern California with Domingo Flores and Myra, where did I put her last name? Chavez?
No.
No? Oh my gosh. All right. So this is how it goes. And anytime we can talk about bring awareness to child endangerment, child crimes, child abuse, child anything where you have an innocent child that is not being treated very good. I think it's one of the most important things to me. You know what I mean? And this is a good one to use as an example so people understand, like, it's better to call somebody and be wrong in a situation than not call and find out that is what's going on. You know what I mean? Yeah, so this man, Domingo Flores, comes running into an Orange County child's hospital, all right, with what he says is his daughter in his arms asking for help. They get back to the doctors and nurses, and the doctors and nurses believe that they're looking at a 5 or 6 year old child, which they very soon come to find out that she is double that age, and she is that malnourished. So she is 50 pounds. And most of these nurses and doctors can't even keep it together at what they're seeing. Okay, so she had bruises all over her whole body. She had a broken neck. She had an injury where the bone was protruding out of the skin. Gashes all over the place on her, and dealing with heart failure. The dad said that she fell down the stairs, okay? Which, why is that like the go-to for abuse? When somebody's abusing somebody in a relationship or a child like this, like the go-to I feel like is always they fell down the stairs, which is so ridiculous.
Stairs are known to cause really horrible injuries, so I'm assuming that's why, because it's something that can so easily happen, and it can cause severe injuries and can result in death. And the statistics for it are kind of insane when you look it up. But yeah,
get
it is ridiculous.
I get it,
That's
but
always
that
the
would
go-to.
be a huge red flag to me.
And they can
massive
they
red
can
flag.
see the differences in injuries too. Like, you're not just going to go in there when somebody's battered and say,
Oh, for sure.
it was the stairs.
Yeah, you're gonna have.
They're going to see specific things. They're
Yeah.
going to be like, okay, this was not a stair fall.
Linear bruising from the stair edges and things like that. Absolutely, they'll be able to tell. Well, most of these doctors and nurses that were involved in this said this was literally the worst case that they have ever seen. And this is in a major metro area, a huge metro area in Orange County. And Orange County's population is massive, being right next to Los Angeles. And it's been one of the quickest growing cities ever. So just why that's important is the amount of people that go in and out of there. And for them to say this is the worst case they've seen, I think is a huge indicator of how bad this actually was and how unfortunate when you're looking at a child. And so the investigation begins, right? Those doctors and nurses call the police. Now, those police start investigating. They gain access to the house, and they find another, what most people call house of horrors. They find zip ties that have been used to zip tie her to the bed. Not only that, but they use those same zip ties to zip tie her to a TV stand, like in the living area. They have 3 other kids there, and those 3 kids were coerced and forced into being part of the abuse.
Were they as
No.
Okay.
She took
So
the
they were
brunt of
fed.
it. They were fed. Yep, they were fed. Now, both of them caught charges for abuse on those other children too, but not like they did for this child.
Okay, so did she pass?
She did not pass. No, she did not pass. She is alive and well, which is great because, her life was literally a threat at this point. Heart failure from not being fed, okay? That is awful. Now, They found evidence of her being zip-tied to the TV stand, being forced to sleep there without a pillow or a blanket or anything like that. And they get in contact with an uncle, and the uncle apparently shares all of this information, which I have a lot of questions here with the uncle, okay?
Yeah.
Because, one, apparently the uncle had called, or they didn't specifically say the uncle. I'm assuming it's the uncle here, but some family member called CPS a while ago, and she was able to put on an act. And maybe it didn't get this bad yet, but nothing happened. They ended up leaving her there. The cops came, they searched the area, and she put on a great act, this stepmom did, and because this is her stepmom, if I didn't say that. And the police left her there, okay? Now, between talking to the uncle, talking to the other children, some of the things that she was put through is she was expected to kneel on cans, like sharp cans and rice with weights above her head. She was zip-tied to furniture, like I said, and expected to sleep cold. She was fed away from the family. The only thing she was allowed to eat was oatmeal, if she was allowed to eat at all, and she was forced to eat in a corner by herself like a dog, like literally treated like a dog. This trigger warning, you guys, this part is absolutely horrible, but on multiple occasions they had got, gosh, it's so messed up. They had got a pepper, like a spicy habanero type pepper, really hot pepper, and forced her to eat that. They then took that and rubbed it in her eyes, and then inserted it into her privates. Yeah, that kind of horror, torture, abuse, and just disgusting human being here treating this child. So, it makes sense why it is the worst case that these doctors and nurses have ever seen, and it is absolutely disgusting. And I immediately started asking questions like, okay, well, how did this go on for so long with 3 other kids? Now, those 3 other kids, I understand being terrified of these 2 parental figures, but I wish they would have spoke up. And then you have the uncle who claims that, family member called in and nothing happened. So the uncle lets them in on some of this information. Ultimately, when she was brought in, though, they ended up having to give her 17 surgeries immediately going under the knife to, try and repair some of these damages that have been done to her. She was unable to walk for 9 months because of this. She was immediately given to her mother, her birth mother, which, great. So the stepmother here said in multiple comments that the reason why she was doing this is because she felt so much hate and disdain towards this child because of a horrible custody battle going on. Right, that's what I said too when I heard it. I was like, okay, and what? There isn't any reason to do anything like this. There's no reason ever,
a horrible
period.
Custody battle? You could have just gave her up.
Agreed. There
didn't need to be a custody battle.
Agreed. And when I read that, that's exactly what I thought. Was like, okay, we'll just give her up. But you wanted to be selfish and get the child support payment. Guaranteed that's what was going on here. But again, I go back to what you were doing was going to kill this child.
No child support.
No child support. What? It is a disgusting, horrible, gross situation.
You're just an abuser. Is what it is. You're just an abuser.
Absolutely.
You're a piece of crap. That's it.
Absolutely. And I am so happy that all of the kids got away from this. It makes me really worried, though, for those 3 other kids that were forced and coerced into taking part in this, that kind of trauma, and then seeing that kind of unhealthy, disgusting release at another individual makes me
concerned they could go on to do this themselves.
Exactly. Yep. Concerned they could go on to do this themselves. They need intense
mental health counseling, and they need to be watched.
I agree with you 100%.
For any signs of them going on to become a perpetrator.
Yeah. No, I agree. Now, both the father and the stepmother were charged and convicted. So on October 11th, Mayra Carino Chavez was convicted of 1 count of torture, 2 counts of child abuse, all felonies, and a misdemeanor count of simple assault. It says jurors who began deliberating at 9 a.m. Friday reached a verdict by 3:30 p.m. that same day. When she was brought back into court, she made a statement, her attorney made a statement for her, saying that apparently she was abused when she was younger. And I mean, that's a given. Come on. Trauma creates trauma, hurt people, and something happened to you, I think, unless you're just a straight up sociopath. So she was just sentenced. Why this case is important now is she was just sentenced on Friday, and I don't agree with this sentence myself, but she got 15 years. Yeah, with a case this bad, me personally, I don't think you should have been out. I think that she should have got attempted murder.
Yeah.
In my opinion.
Yeah, at this point, when you're doing something, they're too lenient on child abuse and SA. It's too lenient.
Yeah.
Because these are the type of people I cannot trust in society. That had they have went just a little bit further, they could have had a murder on their hands.
It was, dude, it was right there. The father brought her in, and she was literally hanging onto life by a thread. Couldn't walk, 17 surgeries, heart failure, because of the abuse that she was enduring.
It's a miracle she's alive.
It is a miracle. And that's why when I look at this, I think like, dude, how are they not getting her on a sexual assault charge because of the pepper? Like, that is that, you know?
Yeah, there should have been more charges.
And that could have been 15 years alone. I think. I don't remember California law, but I think it is 15 years in California for a sexual assault of that nature. I'm just shocked. I'm disappointed at seeing this because I knew about this case because so Annie Elise covered this. I'm not sure when. I think I saw it like a week ago or something like that. And I was blown away. And my first thought is I need to see how much time she got, you know. And come to find out, she gets 15 years, which is really disappointing in my opinion. This is a person that when you make a mistake like this and you almost kill another individual and specifically a child.
From gross abuse.
Yeah.
Like, in such a demented way to kill somebody, like, to abuse them to the point that their body is failing, that their neck is broken.
What is this person going to do when they get put in situations where they don't get what they want in life? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
This is a terrifying individual, both of them. Now, she is taking the brunt of it, this Myra, and she went to court first, but Domingo also has the same types of charges. So he just hasn't been tried yet because they're being tried separately. But there's no way this was going on with this amount of damage and
the father didn't know.
And the father didn't. There's
he was a part
no
of it.
way, dude. He was a part of it, and I expect just as much or more sentenced time for accountability around this. He also got torture, child abuse, child endangerment, literally the same thing. So, I don't know. What's going on, California?
I'm shocked attempted murder wasn't on there.
I agree.
How is that
because
even
this
possible?
wasn't a plea.
Or even manslaughter or something. You know what I mean? Like, just second-degree murder of some type. Like, you know, one is premeditated. And I've seen a lot of people argue this. Premeditated means you could literally... It's intentional. It doesn't have to mean you spent a day or a week or a year planning it. It could be premeditated in 60 seconds.
Yeah, I don't know how I feel about it, but I know about that argument.
Well, it just means it's intentional, that I am doing this thing to kill somebody,
I got you.
Knowing that it will.
Yeah. I don't know if I agree, but I understand.
Murder 2 is more of an accident. I'm doing this thing uncaring, unknowing maybe, that, and there's degrees, but that it could kill somebody. Or committing a crime that could result in death.
Yeah.
That kind of thing. So I feel like this falls under murder 2.
I mean,
unless they
attempted.
Can prove, murder 2, unless they could prove that some assault on her happened to break her neck. Then I think it could be murder 1. I don't see how neither one of them were given either one of those.
Yeah.
I do not see how that's possible.
I don't either, and that's why I wanted to bring it up, because Annie did a great job covering that. I think it was her and her sister, and Annie, you know, she has a team behind her. She's always doing great work, so shout out to her. But, you know, I lived in Orange County for a while, so this kind of stuff is super important to me and should not be allowed anywhere on this earth. And when a situation like this happens, we have to hold people accountable in a very harsh way. This should not be okay in any way, shape, or form. And I think anybody that even has a potential thought of doing something like this should be terrified at the accountability that can come with the law. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
If you're a type of person that has a lack of emotions in this way, where you can do this type of thing to any child, your child, somebody else's child, a random child, even a child you don't like, you have a problem. So something else needs to keep you away from acting in this type of way. And this just isn't okay. Now, I also have questions, too, around the uncle, okay? And is he the only family member that tried calling, or is there another one? Because in my opinion, in my world, in my head, if I knew there was anything resembling this going on, I would literally kidnap that kid and drive straight to the police department. And be like, check it out. I need you guys to listen to me. I just grabbed this kid. This is a family member of mine. As you can see, look at all of the wounds on them and what's going on. I need help. I've called before. You guys went over there and didn't handle this situation, so I handled it this way. Now you can visibly see what is going on here, and you need to fix this.
Say the uncle showed up to intervene, okay? He grabs the kid, he cuts the zip ties, and he's like, I'm taking them to the hospital now.
Yeah.
What are they going to do? Call the police? Okay, now the police are going to be there and see what's going on.
Absolutely.
So regardless, I mean, if you make a huge stink about it, police are going to end up there no matter what, and hopefully this is going to be found out. I mean, it has to be found out.
Yeah.
You know, especially if a family member is that upset to where they're willing to take this child and be like, I'm taking them to the hospital now, no matter what you guys say as the guardians and parents of this child. That's something to look at. Like, you know what I mean? So, so I have questions around the uncle too. Were you turning a blind eye? Did you actually call CPS and then allow them? Like, I don't know. If I see this happening, I'm not just calling CPS and like gonna see what happens.
No way.
And I don't care about those adult family members anymore who are doing this to this child.
You've lost all respect.
Yeah, I've lost respect for you. I don't care if you trust me. I don't care if you want anything to do with me. Like, what you're doing is wrong.
Yeah, it's disgusting. It's I feel the same.
Are they
Hispanic?
They sound like a Hispanic family.
Well, yeah, I think I think Chavez and
there's always a lot of fear when people are not citizens of the United States.
I
bringing awareness to things like this if family members are not citizens. So, say the uncle is not a citizen, that could be part of some of the fear.
Listen, there's other things too, though. Let's just say you're not a citizen, uncle. I would have called CPS anonymously every day until it was done. Okay?
And I would be calling the police too.
Find a payphone. I understand there might be one in the entire world anymore, but find a way to make a call that's not connected to a phone connected to you. Borrow friends' phones every day, whatever. But call every day anonymously and say, this is going on. Get out there and stop letting them manipulate you.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? I just have...
Or take pictures.
Zero. There is nothing anybody could do that would make me look at any situation like this any other way or be any more lenient. You know, a child is a dependent that depends on adults around them to function and live and get through life. So
they can't do anything to protect themselves. They literally can't do anything.
Agreed. So when you have your protectors around you that are failing to do that job, they don't deserve to have a child around them. That child needs to be taken to somebody who actually will care and provide for them.
Yeah.
The state would be better than this horrible, disgusting situation. And one of the kids did talk directly to Myra and said it wasn't the daughter that got it the worst, but she said she will forever regret being forced to do what she did to her, and I can never comprehend what you did to me, while the other said to be able to have, finally we'll be able to have peace and stop thinking of you. So that shows some fear there, and this child at least felt confident enough to make a statement like that in court, you know. And these kids' ages were 17, 13 and I think another 10-year-old.
At 17?
Yeah, I don't know. I hope that
I was rebellious enough at 17. I would have said something, but
for sure. But we don't know how this family is.
I haven't been in that situation before. So.
Right, me neither. I hope the court requires these other kids to see a therapist. You know, this would again. It makes me really nervous because they're now like looking at other factors. They probably saw this situation and thought like. Zero faith in law enforcement, zero faith in the world and the justice system in the U.S. To see something like this and their parents are getting away with it for so long. This had apparently been going on for years. So some interesting facts here before we close it out. I, of course, want to know how you feel about this situation. What do you feel like could be done to hold these people accountable in a more harsh way to prevent these things from happening? You know, the ultimate goal here is what decisions can we make in our justice system, in our society that's going to prevent and reduce things like this from happening? And I want to know what you guys think. But so approximately 5 children die every day because of child abuse. 1 out of 3 girls and 1 out of 5 boys will be sexually abused before they reach the age of 18. And as I said earlier in this podcast, I don't know if I did for this story, but I was one of those kids that was, you know, sexually abused by a female family member that was way older than me, way older than me. And I had to deal with some of that trauma and overcome that myself. But yeah, so 90% of child sexual abuse victims know the perpetrator in some way. 68 are physically abused by family members, and more than 600,000 children are abused in the U.S. each year. When I read that, one, you know, super sad, horrible. 2, what can we do to reduce these numbers and not let these numbers increase? And 3, if people see something, we need to say something, even if it's a maybe. If you see something kind of strange, right, and, you know, you see an adult grab a kid or something that seems way too hard and they're in public, just imagine what could be happening behind closed doors in private. These are the types of situations that I hope we get better and more comfortable talking about and reaching out to people. Like in this situation, if other family members thought there was stuff going on, man, there should have been a bigger fight. There should have been a bigger fight. This girl was having heart failure. Disgusting. Absolutely despicable. Horrible, disgusting people right here.
Yeah, it's super, super sad. I'm glad she has another shot at life, though. You know, and hopefully she'll get the love she deserves, the care she deserves, so she can go on to have a fulfilling life. I mean,
hope so.
She'll probably have some life-lasting
trauma.
I mean, not just trauma mentally, but physically. When you have been starved to the point of heart failure, that can cause major issues internally for the rest of your life. Now, hopefully her body was resilient enough as a child to really bounce back, you know, a lot, and she won't have to deal with heart problems for the rest of her life, and, you know, stomach and GI tract problems. I guarantee there will be some. There will be some.
We just hope the best for her,
man. I really do. I hope the best for her and her siblings, that they get the help that they need, and that they have just great lives from, you know what I mean? I do. Everybody has their trauma. I hope this has to be their only trauma.
Yeah, I hope they can overcome it in a healthy way, leave it in the past, and become productive citizens and adults as they grow.
Successful,
absolutely.
happy.
This is just a horrible story that, again, these horrible stories have to be told. They have to be shared so that people like you right there listening to this hear this and are like, I remember this situation that happened. Maybe I should have called somebody.
There has been a ton happening in the Delphi case. We've been covering it as it's been coming out. I feel like there's so much more now. We got this huge document drop, and this is coming with all the Supreme Court stuff, okay? So, this is called the Realtor's Brief in Support of Petition for Writs of Mandamus and Prohibition. This all has to do with a writ of mandamus, basically, and I've heard Bob Motta talk about this a lot because he's been covering this day in and day out, like, you know, covering all the updates. Him and Sleuthy Goosey are on it, like white on rice, requesting documents, you know, trying to get all the information and the facts out there, because from what we've all gathered at this point, what's going on is horrible. It is, I believe, 100% a violation of Richard Allen's rights. It doesn't matter if he's guilty or not. It doesn't matter at this point.
I agree.
This sets precedents. Any case will set the precedent for future cases. And if we allow something like this to happen here, that means we will have to allow it in the future. And this can't be allowed. Period. It's not just the fact that from our past video you saw where she coerced and threatened the lawyers to step down. It's that she is literally deleting documents from the docket.
Yeah. Yep. And you are not allowed to do that. That timeline is supposed to be sacred.
Yes. And one thing that Bob Motta pointed out that I hadn't even thought of is that she's deleting the record. Not just putting like a gag or a seal on certain things. She's deleting it, meaning if there's an appeal, any appellate issues, that's what they rely on.
I know. That timeline is sacred.
Yes.
The time, AKA records. So it should be the documents in order as they happen. That includes mistakes. That includes mishaps. That includes things that have been said and that's being deleted, and that should never, ever happen.
Never.
Ever. So why is it happening? And it makes me wonder now, how many other cases have you had that this has happened?
Well, we kind of have an answer. Kind of. We have one other case that I saw posted on Sleuthy Goosey's Twitter where there apparently were some issues. So, anyway, no appellate record. That's a major problem. Also, the fact that she forced these lawyers to step down without a hearing.
Problem.
There's no record now.
Yep.
There's zero record or facts presented showing this is what these lawyers did to make them grossly negligent.
According
but here's
to
another
her, there's
thing.
An audio.
Yes.
Well, Rozzy also they requested the audio, but that doesn't necessarily mean there was audio. They could be requesting it to prove there wasn't. Maybe I don't know. We don't know yet because there is no answer.
She told them it was recorded, and from what Bob Motta said, that would have to have meant a court recorder came in to record it. So that would have had to mean another person there recording this. So he would know.
I'm theorizing there isn't one, though, is what I'm theorizing. Whether there was one and it wasn't being recorded, whether there was never one, and, you know, they're submitting this request to get that recording to prove that there isn't one. You know what I mean? There could be multiple reasons there. Now, I'm not suggesting there is or isn't one. I'm just laying out possibilities I see.
Well, what Bob Motta said is that him and Sleuthy Goosey sent an email requesting to get these recordings because according to the attorneys, the defense attorneys and Hennessy, you can get these. They are part of public record.
You're supposed to.
You are supposed to be able to hear those audios. So they requested it, and guess what? They got an email personally from Judge Gull saying, no, those are private and confidential. So, sorry, I can't let you hear those. I can't give those to you.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow. Okay.
I think Bob Motta even might have requested a hearing to go in and listen to them, not receive them. And they were like, nah. And he said him and Sleuthy are continuing to put on the pressure. So hopefully they can get those released to the public.
Yeah, there's
Bob
only so
Motta's
much
really fighting hard, and I appreciate that.
There's only so much they can do. Like, keep at it, Motta and Sleuthy Goosey. I'm not saying don't do anything. As people, we absolutely should do something, and you guys are killing it. You guys are amazing doing what you're doing. But what I mean is that this fight is going to have to come from people that are in law and connected to this case and state, and Bob Motta isn't part of this case. So I just hope she gets it handed to her from these attorneys, Baldwin and Rozzi.
These attorneys also have the Indiana Defense Bar standing behind them at this point, and that's important.
That's what I've heard.
Yeah, supposedly they do.
Which, that's incredible. That is a ton of weight.
Yeah, it is. So, now, what is the writ of mandamus? Basically, it's an order from a superior court to an inferior court or government official ordering them to properly fulfill their official duties or correct an abuse of discretion. So that's what a writ of mandamus is. I wanted to define it because I didn't know what it was when I first heard about it. Now, within this, what is it, 100... I don't know.
What is it, 100 pages?
I think this one's 22 pages. I don't think I have the 126 pages one people were talking about. But within this document, which is the realtor's brief in support of the petition for the writs of mandamus and prohibition, we see emails, okay, and I know the actual writ of mandamus. I think that actually has all of the emails, but and this has like all the records. Look, so so here we go. The other documents that have been improperly excluded from public access, the trial court did not order the clerk to make documents on the CCS public, something that clerks do all the time, which would have allowed the public to see these and identify them. Instead, they created a link and uploaded a zip drive containing 118 documents that were filed sometime between April and June. Every document in the zip drive has the date of 6/27. So they're all the same date, despite being filed on all different days. And the file names have no clear identifying information to let somebody know what the document actually is, and none of the exhibits to a particular filing are anywhere near the actual filings.
Oh my gosh,
and that's the list. It's awful.
They are doing it via zip drive. What's that called? Is that a super link? I think that's called a super link.
I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, a super link. And this is known on like the dark web and child predator sites, that this is how child predators communicate, is like they will sell super links for all the bad things that shouldn't be out there. And it just directs you to like a computer's hardware saved drive, whatever. So when I heard that, I was just like, that is strange. I've never seen that before in a court case. What?
Yeah, it is strange. It says hundreds of documents are improperly excluded from public access. So I think it's more than 118. That's just what she wanted us to see, I guess, but not give us the proper ability to search or identify them.
So why is the county clerk doing what the judge asks?
I don't know. It's an elected position. You would think she'd be able to tell her no.
She is supposed to be able to.
Yeah.
She is.
I don't know. So, they also talk about the Frank's memorandum being removed, which is a major issue. The trial court attempts to effectuate the removal of Allen's chosen counsel over his objection without his consent or approval. They showed the letter that Allen signed, Richard Allen signed.
If they remove I know they removed the Frank's motion. I just made this connection. If they removed that, what evidence is she going to have for removing them? She's she's like taking down evidence to prove that they aren't good lawyers. You know what I mean? You need all that information up there if she's going to have a solid argument as to why she made the decision that they're incompetent.
Well, here's what I find interesting, okay? So in early October 2023, counsel for Allen learned that Mitchell Westerman had surreptitiously and without authorization photographed crime scene evidence in this case that was being stored in Allen's attorney, Andrew Baldwin's office. You hear that? That is the leaker's name. That is Mitchell Westerman. Now, I posted to our Discord the name of one of the leakers, and it was not Mitchell Westerman. Mitchell Westerman is the person who worked in the office and stole the pictures. Now, the other guy, which I'm going to mention here in a minute, is the person who then dispersed them.
Okay.
So here we go.
2 people, yeah.
We're learning more, okay? And I wanted to highlight this, which was posted to Sleuthy Goosey's Twitter, which is a screenshot of an email from Brad Rossi to Francis Gohl and Andrew Baldwin, and I'm assuming maybe the prosecution. There's some redacted emails here. So, good afternoon, Judge. Andy and I wanted to touch base with you before the end of the work week. This issue revolves around the possibility that some crime scene photos have been leaked, so to speak, and are in the hands of the public. This is most certainly a photo of the F tree that is floating around the public. The photo itself is not overly disturbing, but the concept that it is in the hands of the public is a concern. This is October 6th. Okay? October 6th. That Rossi is reaching out to everybody, letting them know there's a photo floating around and it's disturbing and we can't figure it out. Of greater concern is the fact that a local content creator by the name of Rick Snay has apparently communicated to the public that he has copies of the crime scene photos. I am attaching a copy of the communication that was forwarded to one of our staff members by an uninvolved third party.
Dude, why did Baldwin even lay over then?
I am attaching a copy of the communication that was forwarded to one of our staff members by an uninvolved third party. We just learned of this, okay, one of their staff members. Do you hear that? Not the police. Somebody reached out to one of their staff members, not the police. Okay? We just learned of this in the last hour. I immediately called Nick and informed him of the circumstance. Turns out Nick has known about this for the past 24 to 30 hours or so. So the primary purpose of this email is to communicate our concerns. We most certainly did not leak this information. We wanted to make sure we got out ahead of this and informed the court as well as Nick in the event these pictures found their way on the internet, meaning McLeland, the prosecutor. This might be a circumstance which requires the court's attention. So they're trying to get out ahead of this. They're doing what they should be doing in this situation, okay? Okay, so apparently, according to Murder Sheet Podcast, they reached out to the police officers October 9th. 3 days after Rossi was even bringing this to the attention of the court. So clearly they didn't find out about this because of Murder Sheet.
Yeah.
And Rick Snay was saying he had them prior to any of this, which we know Rick Snay is now saying that he had access to them for 6 months or something like that, or he was getting messaged by this person for 6 months, and there was an earlier spring leak. So, did Murder Sheet have these all this time and not tell anybody? Did they find out that the court was finding out who had them and was in possession of them and then told police officers?
So they're trying to save their butts?
Because you know what's also really weird? This Mitchell Westerman or whatever, they interviewed him prior to any of this. March 10th, which would be spring leak time, they did an interview with Mitch Westerman. Okay? March 10th, 2023. And they just recently, within the past week, released the full interview. Remember, they didn't want to talk about any of this.
Yep.
They didn't want to talk about any of these people involved.
So they hid the interview?
So they hid the interview until it was released in court documents. They only put a snippet when they did. So apparently they did an interview with him when talking about like doing a background on the defense side of things. They did
Murder Sheet is so shady.
Can I say something else?
Gosh.
Why would they interview him when he left the law firm in 2020 prior Delphi? Prior Delphi, them having the Richard Allen case, Baldwin having the Richard Allen case.
Yeah, that's strange.
So they only use a snippet in their episode about the defense, okay, Baldwin and Rossi or whatever, when they're doing this background on them, and then they release this interview with the leaker, the stealer, the thief, okay, after he's mentioned in court documents. How long did they know about all this, guys? Like, I don't want to start beef with them. You know, I previously appreciated them a lot, but once they started putting their foot down as the moral authority in this case and telling us all what we can or should or shouldn't do, it left a bad taste in my mouth, and now I feel like this is not proof, but evidence that could point towards something. Them not telling the whole truth.
Yeah.
So,
no, I agree with you. I think they got some problems, and you guys know how we feel about starting drama and everything. Obviously, we aren't trying to start drama with them, but everything should be talked about, and there are some major questions here
I have questions
around
for
this
them.
topic that, like, come on. And again, and we called this out a couple videos ago because all my background has been in sales and specifically wireless sales. And they're trying to make claims that, oh, we saw proof that it did come from this guy to us. So we know 100% sure it's true because we saw the pictures of text messages. Bro, there isn't anything out there that's more easy to fake than pictures of text messages. Yeah. So easy, dude. You can make any number, any name, and send anything. You could literally send them to yourself.
Also, when you make yourself like almost like the media source for this case, when you are so ingrained in this that you have connections to law enforcement and you're like setting the standard for all other media almost, like,
I wouldn't go that far.
They kind of are. Like,
not
every
this media.
Dude, no, not this one. But every time Court TV talks about Delphi, there's Murder Sheet Podcast. Every time any news source talks about freaking Delphi,
yeah.
Murder Sheet is on there because they have set, like, the standard for, like, the information about Delphi. And a lot of people are starting to not trust them anymore. And after seeing this, I don't know how much I trust them either, just being honest.
Yeah. I absolutely do not trust them. But here's the reality of the situation, just for my perspective here, is I don't trust anybody, not because I distrust people, but I firmly believe that we should go through life trust but verify. You know what I mean?
Well,
and the verification here is bringing up some questions.
It's bringing up questions for me personally. Now, if you're they seem like likable people. Like he's a lawyer, she's a journalist, and I have appreciated their coverage of this case for a long time. I just have major questions, like we were saying, and I hope that they come out and like really address them, like for real. Like for real. Like, why is there this discrepancy in the timeline?
There's another person that's close to this case, too, Art of Deduction, who we see in our live streams quite a bit and comes and chats and supports us or whatever. And they're really close to this, and Sleuthy as well. And I was watching one of their lives that they sent, and he was straight up calling out Rick Snay, saying that, a lot of this information was set up, that it can't be believed, that Rick Snay can't be trusted. Now, I have no verifying information on that. All I'm doing is sharing, what I saw here on this. So it's interesting to think, is this another one of those situations where, yes, we had a leak, okay? A leak was real. When it happened, we don't know. The person that ended themselves, that to me, if I'm trying to change things into my favor, is an area of opportunity to blame it on this person.
Okay, so...
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Do you get where I'm coming from?
So I want to get into this real quick. Like I said, there's a ton of information here. I don't even know if I'm going to be able to cover it all, to be honest. But who is he? Okay, who is Mitch Westerman? He, according to Murder Sheet Podcast, okay, in their interview, they said he seemed like a nice, loyal man. He and Baldwin are very close. He was in the military for 20 plus years or something like that. He long-time military service, which is where he developed a close relationship with, as they call him, R. Who is R? The guy who disseminated this information to multiple content creators.
Oh, I know.
Yeah, I know. I literally posted it. And I'm going to pull it up, and I'm going to say who he is.
Yet.
So, it is Robert Kyle Fortson. You know, when I first pulled this up, because I knew Robert's name first before I knew Mitch Westerman's. I was like, military? Was he working for the defense office? Like, that doesn't make any sense. So, born October 30th, 1981, and died October 11th, 2023. He was 41 years old. And he was in the United States Air Force National Guard for the past 23 years. Was deployed 4 times to the Middle East. Yeah, I mean, graduate 2005, the Indiana University. Interesting, okay? I'm not going to read all of this. I have an obituary for him here. It's in our Discord. And there's emails that talk about this, and that's how I found out who he was, because we have an email here, okay, that says, this is apparently from the judge. It is currently 3:53 a.m. and I just got off the phone with ISP from the phone conference that the 4 of us had on Tuesday afternoon, October 10th. Andy Baldwin informed us that Mitch Westerman went to his conference room sometime in August and took pictures of the evidence in this case and then leaked or forwarded those pictures to an individual by the name of Robert Fortson. Okay, so clearly I didn't read this full thing or else I would have known both names. I only read the underlined name, which was Robert. Or no, I only read, the part where the fingers are right there. That's all I read. Okay, bad on me. So he lives in Fishers, Indiana, and was employed as a civilian Title 32 technician at Fort Wayne U.S. Air Force Base. Robert Fortson met with ISP detective but refused to answer any questions and stated that he wanted an attorney. Soon after that, we had our phone conference between the 4 of us at 10 p.m. last night. Robert Fortson committed unaliving. 1 self-inflicted gunshot wound. He is married and has a teenage daughter. The initial information that I have is that his wife has stated that he was worried sick about being in this situation, and the last info that I have is that Robert stated to his wife that if I had just been honest or come clean about where I got the photos, I will be okay.
Yep.
I'm not sure if this is the appropriate way to notify everyone, but it is 4 a.m., and this is the latest and bizarre twist in this case. This is getting serious and way out of control, gentlemen. If you have additional information about this leak, please forward it on to me or ISP Detective Holman immediately. I do not want to get another phone call like this that Mitch or someone else involved in this leak has hurt themselves or someone else. And this is from Judge Gold.
Yeah, I know. I've read that. It is insane. Insane. Because of that last statement. Did you already close it? That last statement where she says, I don't want to get another call where someone hurts themselves or others.
Yeah.
Okay, so
why would somebody
elaborate? Like, who else? If this is just a one-off situation, this isn't. You don't respond making it seem like, hey, this is becoming repetitive. Are there other situations we don't know about?
Well, the FBI officer that was onto the Odinist stuff that got shot and killed.
Was she talking about that in that response? Maybe. I don't know.
Like, are there bodies dropping around this case that we're unaware of? Because I find it odd I feel like that situation right there almost is like what made her get so invested in getting them off the case. It's really weird.
And
so
I posted something on all our social media about black robe disease, but it's a known. Obviously, it's not a real disease, but anybody in the legal system knows about this term, and they also call it like robitis or whatever. And it's when a judge has been in position and their ego becomes more important than their job of protecting the law. And sure seems like Gold has some robitis, some black robe syndrome, black robe disease.
So another
disease.
Yeah, it does. So October 12th at it's basically 7 a.m., 6:59 a.m. This is a short one. She says, "Gentlemen, this is beyond tragic. Once again, I'm at a loss for words. I'm deeply concerned that Mr. Allen's defense is being compromised by all these recent events. I will have my staff schedule a hearing in Fort Wayne for next Thursday, October 19th at 2 p.m. to discuss these recent developments and the upcoming hearing on October 31st. I will have a transport order prepared for Mr. Allen. Please arrange your schedules to appear in Allen's Superior Court. Mr. Rozzi and Mr. Baldwin, please cease work on Mr. Allen's case until we meet on the 19th.
Yeah, and then she tries to... What's interesting here is she tries to make it seem like it's offensive that Baldwin hired an attorney.
Yep.
Bro, if you get that, what should your first thought be? I need to protect myself.
Mm-hmm.
And you can't represent your... I mean, you can, but it's not beneficial in this situation to represent yourself.
Yep.
Yeah, this is crazy stuff, man. What else you got?
I mean, there's multiple documents. Obviously, I can't read through all of them here. I see a lot of... So I see from Shay Hughes, a public defender who's been commenting on Sleuthy Goosey's stuff, saying that this gross negligence has never been a standard for recusing a lawyer, making them step down, taking them off a case.
Find examples.
It has never been a standard to take someone off.
Yep.
It's always a conflict of interest, some kind of conflict. That is the reason for taking a lawyer off. So this makes zero sense. Her saying they're grossly negligent, not like incapable, you know what I mean? I forget what that word is, but it just doesn't make sense, essentially.
Mm-hmm. Something's not adding up.
Something's not adding up. So basically the writ of mandamus was to get her to, I guess, put these records back out.
Yep.
But now we have a Supreme Court order. They, on October 30th, they set a briefing schedule in this matter requiring that any brief supposing insurance of a writ must be filed directly with the clerk of Supreme Court. So basically, it sounds like the Supreme Court's going to step in. That's what it's looking like.
Great, as long as they do their job and stand up for the people. And I don't think you put enough emphasis on how important it is that the whole defense, what's it called again? The group of lawyers, the defense.
Here, I got it. Hold on. It's right here. Indiana Defense Bar.
Yeah, the Indiana Defense Bar is a huge group of lawyers, and to have them back you in this situation is essentially, half of the legal system coming forward and saying, hey, we're not okay as a representative of the law, that is here to protect the people, that has been voted on and cast into effect by the people of the United States. Don't believe you, Judge Gohl, are doing your job, are handling things legally, and we aren't going to stand for it. Mm-hmm. Has there ever been like a legal system shutdown because all the lawyers were like, yo, you guys aren't doing your job, we ain't coming?
I don't know.
You know what I mean?
I don't know, but there's a case here that Sleuthy also posted, which apparently there were some issues regarding Judge Gohl.
Oh.
It's Juventino v. Ramirez, appellant versus State of Indiana appellee. And This involves, it's an appeal from the Allen Superior Court, the Honorable Francis C. Gull, a petition to transfer from the Indiana Court of Appeals. There's some issues cited in here having to do with Francis Gull. I think we're going to have to go over this at a later date because it's just a lot. There's a lot here, you guys, like a ton. Now, one thing I want to mention real quick.
I haven't posted my Judge Gull from last week yet. Maybe we can read that and attach that onto the end of that. That would probably be good.
Yeah. So basically then Gull, after this writ of mandamus is posted or whatever, she requests an extension because the Office of the Indiana Attorney General has declined to represent her.
What? No.
You didn't know that?
No, I didn't know that.
Yeah. They declined to represent her.
Are you serious?
So basically, the writs. Okay, so October 30th, the court issued an order setting a briefing schedule in which all briefs opposing the issuance of a writ must be filed with the clerk of Supreme Court by November 9th. The Office of the Indiana Attorney General has declined to represent respondent in this matter, causing respondent to need to engage counsel. So she's looking for lawyers. On November 2nd, respondent asks the undersigned counsel to represent her in this matter. Respondent's engagement of the undersigned counsel was finalized November 3rd. So it looks like...
It looks like problems for Gull is what it looks like.
It looks like she got... I think the one who's representing her is Matthew R. Gutween.
Wouldn't that have been hilarious if one of them that represents her is one of them that she assigned to... Richard Allen.
It's not.
I know,
it's
but
not.
That would be...
But
I would lose my stuff,
He's a very experienced lawyer, which, of course, she's going to try to get one of the best of the best.
Of course. And you can't blame her for that, obviously. And, again, look... I want to be clear because we are supporters of our justice system. And to us, it is very important. That's literally the reason why I'm on here talking about the things that I'm talking about is because I believe in it and because it's important. Now, she is a very important part of that justice system. And I don't want to be taken wrong on here, making it seem like we're like anti-judge Gull. But look, she's making some decisions here that are not fair, are not okay, are not within the bounds of the law that have been voted on and put into effect by the people. She is not doing things that are okay. Whether it has something to do with this shady case that we're seeing, whether it has something to do with her black robe disease, robitis, whatever you want to call it, it doesn't matter what it's for. It needs to be corrected. It needs to be fixed.
Yeah.
All of it. From the court record to, I think, Baldwin and Rozzi are coming back, me personally. I think they're not going to stop until they come back.
Yeah. I think, so it looks like they gave her the extension date till November 16th. Instead of the 9th.
Which there's nothing wrong with that. Look, everyone deserves counsel, including a judge, you know?
Yeah, so...
I'm just blown away. They were like, nah.
I'm blown
Sorry,
away.
bro.
I'm kind of blown away by that,
You did it to yourself.
But, I mean, yeah, she was warned over and over and over again. Like, what you're doing is illegal. Hello?
Yep.
But, you know, one thing that was on Court TV that I was highly offended by, to be honest, is that they were saying that she can't keep them on because she already said that they were negligent or whatever.
Yeah.
And the thing is they also went on to say things like these attorneys are, you know, looking for, you know, fame and fortune, and this is going to ruin their careers if they're taken off the case, and they, you know what I mean? And I'm just thinking, gross. No, it will ruin their careers. A career they have worked so hard to build. They've never had anything on their record.
Never.
Period.
Ever.
Nothing. Neither one of them, Baldwin or Rozzi, have never done anything to warrant any kind of issues. Nothing.
Yeah. It's not an okay situation. It is not an okay situation.
They have like a squeaky clean record.
The best of the best clean. Not a single complaint.
And
not even an accountability type hearing where they've gotten in trouble. They don't even have a complaint.
No, they don't.
Nothing. And so I agree with you. I think it is gross. It is disgusting. There is a problem here. And for a judge to look at this situation and see what's going on here within her very own justice system, and then take these two guys that are doing their job, and they're doing it super good, and be like, sorry, bros, you got to come off or I'm going to hang you out to dry in front of national television when I usually don't allow cameras in here. But I am this time because I want to make sure that you do what I want you to do when I'm threatening you, and I don't want to see your faces anymore. Good luck with your career.
Yeah, it's super messed up.
Bro, what?
The one and only time she had cameras in the courtroom. A tactic, clearly. That's what I think. So, not to mention, Sleuthy also has posted on here William Librato's Facebook, and I've also heard that Francis Gohl, the judge, was also following Scremin, too. Both of the defense attorneys that she put onto Richard Allen's case, she follows their Facebooks and comments on their family photos regularly.
Bro, if I was Richard Allen, I would be like, you guys aren't coming near me. Get away.
No.
Bye-bye.
Absolutely not.
Yeah, it's messed up, man. It is a very messed up situation. And like this whole time we've been talking about the situation from the aspect of the lawyers, not even to mention how messed up this is to Richard Allen, whether he is innocent or guilty. Okay, this is a great example, okay? Because we always talk about Bryan Kohberger and say, we're not here because we believe Bryan Kohberger is innocent or guilty. He doesn't matter in this situation. It's about the justice system and to make sure that an investigation was done respectfully, honestly, and everything. Well, this is the exact reason why it needs to be done honest, respectfully, transparent. Because imagine Richard Allen going through this case and getting convicted, and there is real evidence. It is very, very obvious that he is the one who did this crime, and then all this transpires, and all they're going to do is appeal this decision and could potentially let a murderer out. Now, if he's innocent, you could be convicting an innocent person who could potentially lose their life while in Gen Pop, things like that, because he's convicted of a child-harming crime and he didn't actually do it. And you know what I mean? Like, the stakes here are too high to have this type of madness going on in our courtrooms.
Absolutely. These people deserve justice. This is ridiculous at this point. Like, she's literally ruining a case, setting it up for an appeal.
Yes, she is.
She's literally setting it up for it to fail. It makes zero sense why she's doing this.
The people are coming to protect their own law.
Yeah, they are. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yep. So, I want to read this last line. So, it says, yet the trial rules and access to court records rules have been repeatedly violated, leaving the public and the media in the dark. A writ of mandamus or prohibition is appropriate to ensure that going forward the court's mandates regarding public access are followed without exception. So, yeah, I mean, I want to see what happens. Now, it's funny you mentioned Kohberger, because remember Nancy Grace was talking crap on Ann Taylor, saying, I don't know how she can look herself in the mirror. This is one thing that Bob Motta has been saying, that I was saying in that video about Nancy Grace, is I find it disgusting and repulsive that she would say something like that. Ann Taylor couldn't have chose that case on her own.
Yeah.
It was given to her. These public defenders are assigned their cases. Okay?
Yeah.
They don't just get to go pluck them like that. Now, she's chief
like
or whatever.
Like a private attorney.
So maybe. Yeah, like a private attorney.
Yep.
It's much different. They are not paid the way a private attorney is whatsoever. And they're there defending rights. That is their sole mission, is defending rights.
Yeah.
That's it.
You got to be buy into that work. And I've seen Ann Taylor's salary that's paid by the state, and I've made more money than that in a year before. It's not like they're making money hand over fist here. It is not.
Okay, about that case, the Juventino Ramirez. Judge Gold, this is what Sleuthy said in the tweet, abused her discretion and displayed prejudice towards the defendant. Her actions resulted in a reversal of the conviction and remand for a new trial.
What sucks in this situation is Richard Allen might not last that long for a reversal. If this even did something like that happen. Look at the condition he's in, for one. And for two, imagine that man hitting Gen Pop.
I know. Would be
bad. Bye.
That would be bad.
Yeah.
That would be very, very bad.
This is insane. I am so happy, though, to see Baldwin and Rozzi not stopping. This is what I was hoping for from the beginning. For just a split second there, when Gull appointed the new attorneys, for a split second, I was feeling, oh, please don't give up. Please don't just we tried and then Baldwin made that statement that to the media, he was like, it's time to do reporting. And as he was walking
it's time for journalists to be journalists, do your job.
Yeah, but yes, he said exactly. That's what he said word for word. But I think what he was meaning, I was worried what he was meaning is hey, my rights have been violated. Our rights have been violated. Now it's up to you guys to take the torch. But they were still taking the torch. So I'm glad to see that. That's what I was worried about, is they might back off and just, expect reporters to report.
No, I could tell they fought too hard to get this far to take the back seat and let it go. I think they know that this is fully wrong in their defense attorneys. That is going to be a huge deal for them when they see rights like this being violated, and they know for a fact they can prove it and that they can get backing to get her taken off the case. Honestly, at this point, I don't know that she should be a judge anymore. I don't think she should. If you can be, and if there's a record of this, of her doing this in the past too, with this Ramirez case, I'm sorry, all of her cases need to be looked at, for one.
That's what I'm saying.
And for two,
I don't think she
should not
be
a judge.
I don't think she understands that, and that's why we need to read this, because remember, her past and history that we talked about last week, it looks really good. It looks phenomenal.
Surface level, it looks incredible. Even looking at her Twitter account here, which she joined in 2017, she's posting all kinds of things. I read stuff on her about how she had done some really incredible innovations to the jury process in her county. All kinds of things. She was supposedly an innovative judge. And now hearing this, okay, maybe innovative to slant it against defendants. I don't know how great all her little innovations were. Especially, even if she's doing good things for the court system, if she's biased against the defendants,
you should be stepping down.
You should not be a judge.
Recuse yourself. Yep.
Should not be a judge. And she should absolutely face the full extent of the law if she's found to have done illegal things, which I believe she has. Absolutely.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's it for my updates right now. Sorry that was so long.
Yeah. Well, this isn't an update. This is a case.
It's a full-on case. There's just so much going on.
Yeah.
So much. We'll have to get in more later.
Absolutely. All right, so finally here, like you guys all wanted, we are getting into some Idaho 4. Now here's the interesting topic, and we had a lot of response from the 4chan video, right? And my initial goal was to do a part 2. However, after digging into some of this research, we're going to have to do a part 3, because I can't talk about all the details and background of fraternities and Sigma Chi in that area and have room to talk about the theory itself. That's how much is here around this, and it's insane. So this is part 2, and this is going to be about fraternities and some of the issues we see there to build the legs for the part 3, digging in deeper and really laying out some of those detailed facts around who, why, what, where, and why this theory believes it is these 4 individuals that they do, and if it has any possibility in reality. So, Sigma Chi specifically, right? And that's what this theory is focused on. And just to make a statement, we aren't coming after Sigma Chi itself, but a lot of these details happen to revolve around this. So if, you know, this is an opinion. None of this is opinion here. This is all stuff that I've been able to pull directly off the internet when looking into this fraternity and others. So Sigma Chi is one of the largest collegiate fraternities with undergraduate chapters of 238 universities and colleges and more than 250,000 living members. A lot of people. Yeah. That's a lot of people. When I was looking through some of the people that are in this, you're talking like Brad Pitt, a whole bunch of movie stars, like there's like 50 NFL players that are in Sigma Chi, another 25 baseball players, like really important, a lot of money is what I was looking at when I was going through it. So Sigma Chi provides a welcoming environment for young men of different temperaments, talents, and convictions to enjoy a unique lifelong bond that extends far beyond college. Through world-class leadership training, extensive mentoring programs, and a strong focus on academic achievement, Sigma Chi sets itself apart as the preeminent collegiate leadership development organization, challenging its members to live by its core values and exemplify character in action in every aspect of their lives. So, great sales pitch statement, right? Mm-hmm. Now, how did fraternities start, and why do people dislike them so much? So when I was looking this up, okay, I found a pretty good video that gave a rundown of it. I thought it was pretty interesting. But so December 5th, 1776, Phi Beta Kappa was founded by 5 students at the College of William and Mary in Williamsburg, Virginia. The first meeting was held in the Apollo Room of Raleigh Tavern on December 5th, 1776. That is the first time that we hear about fraternities in general, like at a school.
Collegiate fraternities?
Yeah, collegiate.
It's collegiate.
Collegiate. So, next we hear is that 1825, social fraternities in Schenectady, New York. These were social learning fraternities to help each other grow their knowledge within the college system, and this kicks it off, okay? This starts it. The fraternities. Now, what's interesting is there is a negative situation that really kicks them into motion here. So 1 year later from that 1825 time frame, there is a man who is murdered, okay? In 1826, William Morgan is murdered after threatening to expose Masonic secrets, and he dies mysteriously. Okay? This throws the society of that time into a frenzy. People are freaking out over fraternities, over secret societies, and people literally are rioting in the streets over this and believe that it is tied directly to this. Now, an anti-Masonic party begins, and within the anti-Masonic party, they're also focusing on fraternities as well. And here comes the whole social idea and perception of like fraternities and secret societies are all bad. Like, this is where it starts, is from this 1826 time frame with the anti-Masonic party and the anti-fraternal parties, where there were literal parties of people, political parties of people that were anti any of that,
well,
no
and
matter
it's in the
what.
it's still kind of in the beginning of them even existing.
I mean, within the first 100 years.
Yeah.
Within the first 100 years.
You know what's interesting is the Skull and Bones Secret Society, which is an undergraduate senior secret student society at Yale University in Connecticut, was formed in 1832, which is kind of funny.
Yeah.
It's right around that time frame.
Yeah, absolutely. It's one of the oldest for sure. So the secret societies are known. Fraternities are known because of this, because our politicians start picking them up and advocating for anti-fraternal and anti-secret society and anti-Masonic parties, political parties, right? So everybody in America knows of it at this time. Now, in 1870, you know how many people were going to college? Under 60,000. So just for average's sake, we'll say 60,000. Now, in 50 years, it goes from 60,000 people in college to 600,000.
Whoa.
Yeah. And with that type of growth, that's times 10, in overall growth. The colleges that were around at that time were not able to keep up with that kind of growth. And remember, that's only 50 years, you guys. Some doctors went to school for 10 years, for 20 years. You know what I mean? That's a very short time to go from 60,000 people in college to 600,000. It is. And you had these few fraternities popping up, like Skull and Bones. You had the Alpha Beta, the Phi Beta Kappa, Alpha Kappa Psi or whatever it was. And the colleges looked to these fraternities to help keep order. So they were having a hard time controlling college students. Everybody knows college students are crazy, right? They're really hard to control. This is partying years. They're there for school. Sometimes they're not working. They have all this extra time on their hands and they party.
You know what's interesting is that the Skull and Bone Society was founded in 1832 after a dispute among Yale debating societies, Linonia, Brothers in Unity, and the Collopian Society over the season's Phi Beta Kappa awards.
So they were like, we're just going to do it our way then.
Yeah.
See ya.
Yeah.
Skull and Bones, what's up?
Yep.
So what colleges did here, okay, because they were unable to manage this amount of people going to school, essentially, around accountability.
Okay.
Colleges started leaning into these fraternities then and looking to them to help control the student base. So then you have the deans who would come to the fraternity leaders, these older seasoned men that were more like what you would expect a dean to see, and be like, hey, you have problems in your fraternity. I need you to take care of this, right? Then those fraternity leaders would go to the, what's it called, overclassmen or older classmen? I probably wrote it.
The alumni?
Down here, the alumni and upperclassmen. The alumni and upperclassmen. Those upperclassmen would then go to the lowerclassmen, and then you have that perfect accountability triangle. You know what I mean? And this is how the colleges learned to keep students in line. And the colleges started using these fraternities to help keep campuses clean, to help keep students in order, for painting, like anything that helped keep the college going. These fraternities were kind of the people that you would turn to. So therein lies like that bond, that college bond that these fraternities have. Now, another interesting factor is somewhere in this 50 years, they also started the fraternity payments, the funding, right? So the college partners with the fraternity and says, hey, fraternity, you're allowed to use all of our trademark labels and school lettering and colors and everything like that. And these fraternities pay into the college. And that payment is never ending. They are every year paying money towards the colleges and schools. Now, on average, for every dollar that a non-fraternal member gives to the college, okay, a fraternal member, a Greek life member, sorority or fraternity, gives 10.
Oh.
Yeah. Yeah. So there is a huge monetary gain for fraternities to be in colleges.
Yeah.
And it's probably around the fact that fraternities and sororities tend to help people make, on average, 50% more income annually when you're a part of a fraternity or sorority. On average, 50% more income paying jobs.
So that's why universities they would support a fraternity.
Exactly.
They would maybe even help cover something up for a fraternity.
Absolutely. Exactly. You got it.
Maybe even a town that relies on said university and fraternity to exist and have revenue.
Exactly. Exactly. That
you always follow the money, man.
You're smelling what I'm picking up there. Absolutely. So, now let's get into this, okay?
Yeah.
Now, one thing I wanted to look at when I'm looking into this is, okay, well, what is Sigma Chi about? Mm-hmm. What are they a phenomenal, trustworthy, have their stuff together fraternity, order of men, or are they one of these worrisome fraternities that are kind of loosely managed and are more that old school style fraternity? When I say old school, I got a comment on one of our videos, and somebody was like, hey, not all fraternities are this way. And trust me, I know. Not all fraternities are this way, you guys. I am not attacking fraternities. I am not attacking sororities. What I am attacking is that old school way of managing things and not having higher expectations. I believe when you're a part of a fraternity or a sorority, a secret society, or a group of people for anything, like, for a while, I was part of one of those. It's super lame, super embarrassing, but you have to have a minimum IQ score. So I was a part of one of those groups in high school. But any of them, right? They should have really high expectations of people. And
okay, so one thing I want to mention is just because you were in a fraternity that wasn't like this, or were in a fraternity that we are mentioning and you didn't have that experience, doesn't make it not true. It could just be the one at your university wasn't that way, or the year you were there, you didn't see those things. Like, just because one person's experience is one thing doesn't make it untrue for anybody else.
Yeah, yeah.
And I think that's something like with police corruption, for instance. Just because one police officer had an amazing experience with zero corruption in their police department doesn't mean that another one isn't super corrupt.
Absolutely.
Okay? Like,
absolutely. Yep.
It's different for everybody.
Absolutely.
And I don't think because one fraternity has a bad rap means that all fraternities have a bad rap.
Right.
We're looking at individual people and individual, maybe little groups of people, not just generalizing all fraternities are terrible.
Well, correct. 100% spot on. And knowing that, though, I just feel like these fraternities, sororities, groups of people that are selective in any sort of way need to hold themselves to a higher standard. They should be a representative and model of human society, in my opinion, you know?
It's what they try to portray.
Yeah, yeah. All right,
it's not really always true.
Sigma Chi for the last 10 years, okay? And this isn't everything. I got to a point where I was like, dude, I can't fit anymore in this story. It's going to be like an hour and a half long, you know? So, 2022, this is not in chronological order. 2022, Sigma Chi is suspended in 2022. Sigma Chi's University of Kansas chapter has been removed from the campus for 4 years for hazing, lying, and accountability issues. Okay. 2022, Vanderbilt's Alpha Psi chapter of Sigma Chi fraternity was suspended from the campus. The executive committee cited accountability issues and lying within the chapter. 2022, another 2022. The University of Kansas chapter of Sigma Chi fraternity has been indefinitely suspended from the campus. The Sigma Chi International Fraternity had mentioned that the chapter was suspended because of accountability issues. So, literally removed. This college said, you're too much of a liability. You're no longer allowed to be a part of this college.
Ever. Yeah.
Ever. Okay. 2022. University Park, Pennsylvania. The Penn State, and dude, we've already talked about Vanderbilt, which is a huge deal. Penn State, Yale, what was that other one? The Kansas, like these are heavy hitter colleges. These are big deal colleges, right? So Penn State, Office of Student Conduct suspended the Alpha Chi chapter of Sigma Chi through the summer of 2024 for significant violations of COVID-19 policies and accountability issues. This is like a one-size-fit-all. Hey, they're problematic. They're breaking the law, so accountability issues?
They're lying. Lying and accountability has been like the major issues here, which is scary.
It is terrifying when we're talking about a fraternity that is seen as keeping secrets and not supporting our social systems of police and justice and overall law enforcement, our political system, like our democracy.
Wait until we get into the murders.
Yeah, I know. So 2020, Sigma Chi closes its University of Texas at Arlington chapter due to accountability issues, permanently removed. Okay. 2023, Stanford University has ended an 86-year lease on its campus with Alpha Omega Housing Corporation, the alumni corporation that provides the housing to Sigma Chi fraternity. And based on the comments I was reading, it was due to the fact that they didn't want Sigma Chi on Greek Row. So, pulled that lease out from under them. 2022, the University of Iowa, a Sigma Chi chapter has been indefinitely suspended by the Sigma Chi fraternity of International Fraternity for accountability issues. Closed. Doors closed. 2022, Emory University Sigma Chi fraternity will be removed from Eagle Row for the duration of 2022 and 2023 academic year for violating the undergraduate code of conduct, including use of alcohol, non-compliance, and accountability issues. 2015, LSU has confirmed the Sigma Chi fraternity has been kicked off the campus permanently due to a lack of accountability. 2006, Sigma Chi fraternity pleaded guilty in November to 6 hazing violations and was found guilty of one more after an anonymous email sparked an investigation that lasted almost a month. Charges include forced consumption of alcohol and drugs and other substances, verbal harassment and assault, and forced illegal activities as tasks. 2020, a former University of Texas at Arlington student is suing Sigma Chi fraternity because of an alleged hazing incident that sent him to the hospital into intensive care unit. 2004, OU freshman Blake Adam Hammontree, 19, was found dead Thursday morning in the Sigma Chi fraternity house, said the officer on the scene. And when I was trying to do research for this, you know what keeps popping up over and over and over and over? And yourself. By alcohol. Yeah.
Wait, what's his name?
Freshman Blake Adam Hammontree. I already know what you're talking about. There's multiple.
He unalived himself by over-consuming alcohol?
Correct.
So it wasn't labeled accidental death. It wasn't labeled hazing.
Nope. Just
manslaughter.
Just like the one by Moscow. Moscow. Yeah.
There's 2 by Moscow.
I know
one
there
just
is.
isn't Sigma Chi.
Yeah.
One is another
know.
fraternity. But one
So,
is Sigma Chi.
2004 Durham, the University of New Hampshire has suspended the Sigma Chi fraternity indefinitely amid an investigation into whether a student found dead in a marshy area Sunday was involved in an altercation at an event hosted by fraternity members.
Oh.
Does that sound familiar?
Oh.
Yeah. The body of a 22-year-old Vincenzo Vinny LaRossi was located by a search and rescue team off Co Drive in Durham Sunday afternoon after about 36 hours after police say he was last seen alive. He was reported missing early Saturday. The medical examiner's office is still trying to determine the cause of death. Now, I went looking into this cause of death, and I could not find anything. It was written off as an accident due to alcohol consumption.
That's the issue.
All of them.
That's the issue, is with every single one of these, you guys, which I've looked into several too, and there's one that I want to cover more in depth soon because they deserve justice. This is lies. This is lies, okay? Not every single death with an assault, with contusions on the head, can be claimed an accident.
That
doesn't make sense. There's some
agreed.
here that maybe they were an accident, but you can't claim unaliving by alcohol.
Listen,
I feel like unless you got pills in your system or something, that's insane.
I've had friends that have drank so much that you get to a point like, I don't understand the drinking thing because, like, essentially what you would have to do is drink like a gallon of straight alcohol all at once.
Beer bong.
Otherwise,
you'd have to beer bong a gallon of like Jack or something.
Pretty much.
Honestly, a fifth might be enough to kill you, to be honest, depending on who you are.
Yeah, I guess depending on who you are.
Beer bonging a fifth could kill some people.
I mean, I've
sure.
beer bonged a fifth of alcohol.
Yeah, but that's probably after having a huge tolerance and
Yeah, fair.
There's a lot of things that go into that.
Yeah. 2008, San Jose. Hundreds of protesters marched Saturday night through downtown San Jose, urging the shutdown of fraternity house Sigma Chi, where Gregory Johnson Jr., a black university student, was found dead in 2008. About 300 people marched from San Jose City Hall to Sigma Chi fraternity house, raising pointed questions about the circumstances and investigations surrounding Johnson's death. The residence in the 200 block of South 10th Street was boarded up before the march and rally. The Santa Clara County coroners ruled that Johnson Jr. ended himself after his body was found in 2008 hanging in the basement of the fraternity house across the street from San Jose State University. However, the parents of Johnson Jr. have denounced the official findings and say that they don't believe the determination their son was correct, that he did not end himself. They said, in quotes, I know my child would not end themselves, Dennis Johnson, the deceased student's mother, told a rally of people in front of the Sigma Chi frat house. He was a happy kid. Now, do we hear that a lot, to be fair? Yes, we hear from parents all the time that
yeah, but they have evidence.
I know. And people who have ended themselves, parents always sound like this. Like, I can't believe that. I can't believe it. I understand that too. But I need you guys listening right now because I don't have time to go into the details of every one of these. Otherwise, like I said, we'd be here an hour and a half. But there's evidence that he did not do this. There is evidence in almost all of these that they did not do that, okay?
Yeah.
So
real evidence, not things you can just look past easily.
No. We're talking about pictured contusions, bumps, bruising that are in places that you wouldn't be able to do to yourself.
Right.
Yeah.
Like if you were just going to,
Yep. Absolutely.
End yourself, that wouldn't happen.
So, Sigma Chi International Fraternity Statement on Student Deaths at the University of Idaho. Oh, wait. That's not the one I meant to put here. So, there are 2 deaths in the area that are tied to Sigma Chi. Police release cause of death for University of Idaho student found in Paradise Creek. So both of these next cases are tied directly to Greek Row in the area, are tied directly to fraternities in the area. You have Hudson R. Lindo, 19 of Boise, was found at 11:28 a.m. Sunday in Paradise Creek near College Avenue. According to a news release from police, Lindo's cause of death was labeled an accidental drowning. An accidental drowning. Interesting. And what is really interesting with that is where they're claiming he drowned in the winter is like no water. That creek is like no water.
No, there's like, it's a few inches of water or something like that. I can't remember what exactly is, but it doesn't make sense. And I saw people mentioning, well, he could have just dry drowned. Look up dry drowning. It's considered a myth. It's considered a very outdated term.
Yeah.
So I'm not convinced of that.
Yeah, yeah. And then here is another one. So this is the story. So student highly intoxicated at death. UI forms task forces on Greeks and on drug abuse. Weird Ricks, I probably hacked that and I apologize. BAC was twice the legal limit. Parents upset no one helped their son.
Y. Derricks or something like that?
Y. Derrick, yep. Joseph Y. Derrick, 18 of Haley, Idaho, had been attending a party at Sigma Alpha Epsilon fraternity January 19th with his Theophilus Tower roommate when they were separated, and he never returned. His body was discovered on ice under the same bridge, same spot.
Paradise Creek Road Bridge,
along
yes.
Mountain View Road around 4 p.m. on January 21st. Police determined he walked nearly 7 miles before falling down the frozen Paradise Creek bed where he died of hypothermia. Walked 7 miles with what they're claiming is a high enough BAC, blood alcohol content, or blood alcohol level, to effectively end you alone, but he walked 7 miles and fell by himself.
Yeah.
Strange circumstances here.
Very
strange circumstances
what year is
on
this
both
one
of
from?
these. 2012, 2013.
The other one was more recent, though.
It was, yep.
That one was like, it was the Sigma Chi fraternity house, wasn't it?
It was, yep. And then you have the other newer one, Luke Tyler, was found dead in his dorm on January 22nd. Now, again, you guys,
this year?
And this is in Washington. So Whitman County Coroner Annie Pillars confirmed Monday that 19-year-old Luke M. Tyler died from ending himself from being in acute intoxication due to combined effects of alcohol and bupropion. Yeah. No way, dude. So I do not believe that somebody is like, oh, my life is so bad, so horrible.
It's Wellbutrin. That's Wellbutrin.
I'm going to drink until I end myself.
They're saying Wellbutrin and alcohol killed him? And that was on purpose and intentional?
Yep.
No, I don't buy it. I do not buy this.
His parents don't buy that either. His parents don't buy that either. They believe that he was at a party at a fraternity and that he was put back in his bed after whatever happened. So, yeah. But where I'm going here is like, we're looking for behavioral traits, right? Where you have these fraternities, specifically Sigma Chi, because it's in this situation. We are not putting down Sigma Chi or all of Sigma Chi, but we're trying to find, is there a situation where one of these guys would be attracted to Sigma Chi because they are more loose around rules, behaviors, and regulations. So they're like, hey, Sigma Chi is where the parties are and they don't hold anybody accountable. You can literally do whatever you want. You know what I mean?
Like when you're shopping fraternities and you're getting advice from people, you're looking it up. Well, Sigma Chi is that's where the party is. If you want to go to college and have fun and party, then that's your fraternity.
And do whatever you want.
And not have a bunch of boundaries. Yes.
Yep.
I mean, people are going to talk. This is going to be well known among people who are looking into joining a fraternity.
Absolutely.
So, I mean, yeah, I think somebody who could possibly do criminal things would be attracted to this fraternity if that's the word on the street.
Yep. And you know what's interesting with the last case that I talked about is when this story originally broke, it broke saying this young man died from hazing, forced intoxication, and the story changed to that, which I see a pattern of this happening, all right? I saw
They don't
a
want to
pattern.
get caught for hazing, so they hide it.
They don't want to get caught for hazing. They're having their houses being closed down around them all over the place, over and over and over and over again. There's some major accountability issues going on here. And remember, you guys, what I said in the beginning of this. So when somebody leaves a college, okay, those funds stop going to the college. You pay for your college and then you leave. You're out. You're done. There is nothing else you pay to that college. Well, a lot of people will donate to the college to help because they're self-funded and everything. For every $1 that a non-Greek life member gives to the college, pays to the college after graduation, a Greek life member gives 10. Okay? Now, another really interesting thing that I started looking into is how much does do fraternities and specifically Sigma Chi give to colleges? Now here's the interesting thing, okay? They don't ever give directly to colleges, but they do give directly to colleges, but what their biggest money they give is they will target specific schools where there's problems, and they will give they'll give awards to students to drive students into that college, said college. So as an example, so let's say you have U of I, okay, and they're
struggling.
Their student body base is down 40% because a major crime happened. Sigma Chi could effectively come in and start handing out what's it called, where they pay for the school?
Scholarships?
They start handing out scholarships left and right to people to go to U of I.
Oh, okay. So yeah, they're doing
putting money
scholarships to project
exactly into the college's pocket, though.
I see what you're saying.
So, and on average, Sigma Chi very roughly, gives about $600,000 a year in scholarships. Then they turn around and give over $5 million a year just to support said college focal points. So like for a college that focuses on healthcare, you know, they'll give to their healthcare department. For a college that focuses on law, they'll give to their legal department, and those things. So roughly, what I could see, they're giving over $5 million a year to these colleges.
Like split up between all colleges, or each college is getting $5 million a year?
They pick and choose where it goes. So, and
that didn't really answer my question.
I mean, it does, because why would they pick and choose where some money goes at some points? Because
so
money has power.
On average, each college gets $5 million. Or
yes,
total
yes.
annually, that's what the
on average, each gets $5 million.
Okay.
But they can pick and choose where that money goes. So
right.
money is power, and where do I need power? Oh, you know, at Berkeley last year, we had that really bad situation where a whole bunch of our fraternity members ended up getting in trouble. So we need to make sure that we give to Berkeley extra this year.
Make up for it. Get back in their good graces.
Exactly.
Just donate a little bit more money and they'll get off our case and leave us alone.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And what's interesting here is I know I went over some of these stats in our last video around the drug theory video, but you know, fraternities are, and this is a real life stat, did you know 45% of people, men, that leave fraternities have drug and alcohol addiction problems? Real life statistic. 45% of people that leave fraternities have drug and alcohol addiction problems.
How many people total on the planet? Like, what's the percentage for that? How many people are addicts?
I think it's like, I don't know, 20% or something. But 45% is half.
Yeah.
Half of fraternity members, male fraternity members, end up becoming addicts. Now, here's another interesting stat. Did you know male members of fraternities are 300% more likely to assault another person?
Wait, what?
Male fraternity members are 300% more likely to assault another person.
That's terrifying.
That is terrifying. And you know, women in sororities are 6 times more likely to have sexual assault done to them.
Oof.
And sororities are tied with fraternity. Like, sororities is a semi-new name. They used to be called women of fraternities.
Oh.
Yeah.
That's super misogynistic.
Yeah. So, when looking at all these details, you guys, I'm curious how you feel about it. I'm really curious how you guys feel about this, because I look at this and I see so many problems here. So many problems here.
Yeah.
And with that sorority stat, I know I said that they're more likely, but it's 1 in 5 sorority women get assaulted. 1 in 5. Yep. 1 in 5. So I'm hearing addiction, drug use, assault, physical assault, sexual natured assault.
And it just goes back to
stuff, dude.
Every victim in this case, in the Idaho 4 case, was a sorority or fraternity member. And there was a fight at a frat house literally hours before the crime.
Yep. So, I don't even feel like I need to give you guys my opinion. There is a direct correlation to R word,
violence.
Yep, there's a direct correlation to people who are serial R-wordists and murderers.
Violence and drugs.
And this, exactly. And it's not only that this chapter could be tied to violence and drugs, because they all can. It's that we're literally seeing signs of that in this town.
In Moscow.
We just talked about, what was it, four, not including the Idaho 4 murders. Yep. Or kids dying. I'm sorry, kids dying.
Well, not to mention the kid that died from an overdose.
Yep, I know. But I'm curious how you guys... I'm curious how you guys feel about it. We have the statistics to back it up here. We have things that we're seeing happening that back up those statistics in this general area. And then there is a storyline, a very, very compelling storyline that this Idaho 4 crime could have been done by a fraternity. And if it's not Koberger, or maybe he's involved with it. We don't know. Was he looking to join a fraternity because he was trying to become more social?
He wouldn't have joined a Moscow fraternity. He didn't go to school there.
That doesn't mean anything. He could be hanging around fraternity members. We don't know that.
Yeah. I mean, maybe.
I think that's a real possibility. I'm not willing to say Koberger's innocent no matter what, dude.
I'm not either.
Where's a connection here? Could he have been known to have knowledge and experience, and a fraternity member reached out to him? Could he maybe not be involved at all? I don't know. I don't know
either.
But this is very compelling statistical data that backs up the 4chan theory.
It does. And I wonder, because I feel like every time this gets brought up, like the naysayers or people who doubt it, which I'm also a skeptic and doubt it, but because I don't know what to believe in this situation, I just want to look at the evidence. But they say, you really think that everybody else would cover up this crime for them?
Based on what we see.
How many police officers are Sigma Chi?
I haven't got into that. I don't know.
Don't know yet. How many elected officials are Sigma Chi?
Well,
we just heard Brad Pitt was in Sigma Chi.
We have 250,000 alive people, living members.
Yeah, but also, like, how do we know that this didn't occur between a couple Sigma Chi members who then swore themselves to secrecy and didn't tell the rest of the members?
For sure. We have a Sigma Chi fight. That sounds very similar to another one of these Sigma Chi situations where all of a sudden there was a fight between this man and somebody else in Sigma Chi. It involved alcohol, it involved drugs, and then all of a sudden, he's found later the next day.
Yep.
Dead. So, I'm curious what you guys think, though. Share your questions that you think when you're hearing about these stats, because this is scary stuff, man.
And they're sworn to secrecy. They are not able to just go out and talk about what's going on within the fraternity.
It's part of the commitment. It's part of the chant, and that's secret. I don't know what it is, but I know that when they pledge and make that commitment, the fraternity comes first above all things. All things, including law enforcement, including society, including anything, the fraternity comes first. So, is it even possible? I would love to hear from some fraternity members that, for whatever reason, are willing to talk about it and honestly talk about it. You know what I mean? But I would, even more than that, I want to know what you guys think.
Yeah, do you think it's even possible that this is even a possibility?
Right,
Because anything we talk about, any theory, it doesn't mean we're bought and sold on it, even if we talk about it convincingly.
Yep.
It doesn't mean that we believe it.
Absolutely.
It means that we're just looking at it.
Yep.
Okay?
Absolutely. But let us know.
Recently, there was we had a court hearing and then a surprise court hearing in the Idaho 4 case. Okay? So, November 1st, there was a Zoom hearing. We saw the judge like normal, but Ann Taylor and Bill Thompson were on Zoom calls. Apparently, Brian was there. He just wasn't on camera. So, this was all surrounding the IGG stuff. And what's been going around, which I saw this on Jules of All Trades and the Drunk Turkey Show, Daniel was talking about it, and they have very conflicting opinions on it. I feel like Jules was actually more open-ended, like, I don't know what this could mean, while Daniel was like, yeah, it's simple, there's nothing to it, it just is what it is. But here's the rundown. So, Judge set a deadline for December 1st, in the hearing, for prosecutors in the case to retrieve and submit the records, some of which he had already initially ruled must be turned over to the Koberger's defense through the legal process known as discovery. Yay. Judge plans to review the documents behind closed doors before issuing a final decision on what information may be kept from the defense, including through a protective order requested by the prosecution. So he has basically said, okay, yeah, the prosecution's not bringing this as evidence. They're saying it wasn't involved in getting any warrants, and I think that's sound. Like, okay, that makes sense, which I question. But the defense has a right to see it, even if it's later declared not relevant.
I don't think there's anything shady with the judge going on. I want to clarify that. I've stated very clear.
I have felt that way most of the time too, but at this point I'm like, are you just being a doormat?
I do think that. I do, but I also said that on our live stream that I think Judge is honest. Everything he's done has been very honest. I think he's a very kind man. He comes off as just an overabundance of kindness and wanting everyone to get along. But
yeah.
And he tries really hard. Like, he comes off as, would probably be the best grandpa to somebody ever. You know what I mean? Which is great. But my concern in this, and I said it on live stream, for those of you that don't watch our lives, I'll say it again here. My biggest concern is that he is not the type of judge that can put his foot down and say, you know what, but both of you shut your mouths.
Strike the gavel, order in the court.
Exactly. This is what the law says, okay, in my book. Not the working law. This is what the law that the people voted on and said is true and right and must be followed. And this is what we're doing because I'm saying that's what we're doing, because this is what the people said that we're doing, and you both can just eat it. Is he strong enough to conduct himself in that way? In the situations he needs to. Obviously, I'm not saying he should do what I just did and throw his hands up and act all crazy and act a fool, but in these situations, I feel like those kind of things should have already been done.
In some of these situations, yeah.
9 requests for discovery for the same discovery?
Yeah. I think he should have just ordered it like, hey, it's a part of the case, give it to him. 3
strikes, you're out. Like, in my opinion, I'm not a judge, obviously, I get it. This is just opinion. But what I would have liked to seen is 3 is pushing it. Like, why are you not giving this over?
Well, see, here's the problem, is I feel like he has a certain amount of trust for Bill Thompson, and Bill Thompson's been telling him, there is nothing. There is nothing. It doesn't exist, Judge. I have nothing to give to them. There's nothing. He said he could give over some like notes. That there is no work product. There is no like, okay, this is our documentation of how we got from A, B to C. No, it's just some scribbles. That's what he says exists. And that he has to go through all this red tape of getting these requests in, and that's going to probably take like a month to get it. Okay, so the defense, Ann Taylor also made separate requests. She wanted one for the FBI, one for Othram, and different deadlines for both. The judge smushed it into one and said, no, get it all to me by December 1st. One order.
Fair.
I don't know if it's fair or not. I think she asked for separate ones, knowing that one may take longer, one may be more extensive than the other. I think she tailored it to both intentionally.
Yeah, no, I got you, because Othram is not going to want to give their files to the FBI, who then could send, you know what I mean? Do you get what I'm saying? So you have documents coming from...
They're two separate entities.
Exactly. You have documents coming from 2 separate places, so how can you submit that into one report? Somebody's going to have to give something up, or both of them are going to be like, that's not going to happen. You know what I mean? I think that's what it was about.
I don't know that has to be sent through the same channel.
It just has to be there by December 1st. Maybe. I don't know. I'm just thinking of legal loopholes. And sometimes verbiage is used in that way to create an issue. You know what I mean?
I feel like it's an issue because there may be different expectations for both and the same... I don't know. I don't know exactly how it works, to be honest. I'm not a lawyer or a judge. But it just seemed odd. That's what I was hearing, and it seemed odd, and I don't understand it. If you understand it, please let me know. Because I don't get how he could smush it into one. They're 2 separate entities. One is a governmental agency. The other is a private company.
I mean, it could just be
that... They work together. They do regularly on cold cases.
It could just be that they're going to hand over a literal paper file or whatever and you know, have one paperclip in there with FBI and one paperclip in there with Othram. I don't know.
You know what I think it is? I think that the judge was like, just get all the info from the FBI, because Othram technically sent their info to the FBI, so technically the FBI should just have all of it. So send that request to the FBI, then you'll have Othram and FBI. But I feel like maybe Ann Taylor wanted a private...
2 separate documents to verify work products side by side.
And verify the chain of custody, things like that.
Yeah.
Because if you only have from the FBI, you have a one-sided view of what happened compared to if you have from the private organization and the FBI, you have 2 separate accounts that then you can compare and contrast.
Yeah. Yeah. No, I get it. I see it.
That's just my speculations. No idea, guys. So it sounds like what we now know is that Idaho State Forensic Lab couldn't find DNA on the sheath. They sent it to a private, either they couldn't find it or I don't know. Like, that's what we've pretty much heard, is they couldn't find anything. It doesn't make a lot of sense to me either. So they sent it to Othram because Othram specializes in getting this degenerated touch DNA. Mm-hmm. They send the whole sheath, the whole thing. Not just a DNA sequencing. They sent an entire sheath to Othram, which then used their little vacuum to suck up cells, and then they made a SNP profile using those cells. Then the FBI came in and swooped in and took it from Othram and did the genealogy.
Yeah.
And found Koberger, apparently.
Yep. And then according to what we read, FBI called Moscow and said, hey, here's your guy.
But through this, we now have more details. So where does the 2 SNP profiles come in? Well, apparently that Othram, when they sent their SNP profile, the S&P profile that they had obtained from the sheath, they then, when the FBI came in to get it, sent it through their database, and through their database, things had to be altered. Okay, so this genetic sequence had to be altered to get put in the FBI database. What? That doesn't make it a different DNA sequence, like SNP profile? So there's 2 SNP profiles. What? Now, from what Bill Thompson said, this is a direct quote. It's our understanding once a SNP is put into one of these databases, the database adjusts the SNP to fit with what their criteria are for them to do their searches. So does that mean they're highlighting certain genomes? Like, is it just highlighting the ones they find most important?
That is my guess, and it's a guess. I don't know. The only thing I can assume is, remember when we covered this here, the DNA video, and we talked about how each person in a DNA chain has like 6 billion of the blockchains, the chain, whatever. And then what defines us is 0.1% of that DNA chain.
Yeah.
So let's just say a DNA chain is 1,000 like units, okay? Just making up a number. Let's say it's 1,000. And then the one that defines us as us is 10, okay? And Othram uses 1 through 10, but the FBI uses 2 through 8. So could that difference in what is used to identify in these systems create 2 different, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So, that's what I'm thinking.
Yeah.
But I'm guessing here.
I'm just curious, especially when we're dealing with degenerated DNA that has been run through algorithms to fill the gaps. If you're focusing on different parts of it, but you're both doing the same work, how does that work? And honestly, when I've looked into it, I can't find much about that specific issue.
Yeah.
Not much at all. Because I wanted to come here with more facts that I could find, and I can't find any. None. I found some cases where Othram and the FBI have worked together on cold cases, and it's all interesting and stuff, but they don't talk about how, because they literally work together regularly.
So
how has this issue never come up before?
We've covered 3 cold cases. They never get good views because
people don't care about cold cases for some reason.
Yeah, it's just there is no society connection anymore. Well,
some of them are very old, so.
Yeah. So all of those, and this was interesting, I found out later, every single one of the cold cases we covered being solved was due to Othram.
Yeah.
Every single one.
Mm-hmm.
That's interesting.
It is.
Yep.
It is very interesting. So, Drunk Turkey So basically, Jules of All Trades, which her video came out first, she said she felt Bill Thompson was nervous and really just like flustered and frustrated with all of it, having to explain it.
Seems like that.
He does always seem like that.
He is not a happy Santa.
So he's not a happy Santa. He's a very grumpy Santa.
He is.
She asked, like, why the strange middleman program? Why can't just the full thing be sent? Like, it just seems odd. Like, could this create an issue? You know? Also, she's the one who mentions Ann Taylor wanted separate dealings and orders for the FBI and Othram, but Judge lumped it together. Then, Daniel from Drunk Turkey, he played a clip that Jules did not play, and he's like, I think I know why this is not getting played, because it clarifies a little bit more. I suggest you guys watch both of their videos. I think if you watch both, then you'll come to some semblance...
A more well-rounded conclusion.
Yeah. Because they're both at kind of opposite ends of the spectrum, though I don't feel like Jules was straight up being like, Brian's innocent, this is a setup. She's asking questions, similar to how we do. But Drunk Turkey, Daniel from Drunk Turkey, said he didn't think Thompson was nervous at all. He said he didn't seem like he was nervous or angry or anything like that. He said the transferring between databases probably just highlights certain traits, like what we were speculating, that it might not be anything like negative or bad or anything. But he highlighted a clip from Vargas, where Vargas is saying the STR profile is created before she ever does her job, which I was confused by because I thought she dealt with S&P, not STR.
I mean, isn't she building trees? It's either one.
It can be either one?
Yeah.
Okay, so...
They're just built in different ways. One is that repeated factor, like where it runs it over and over and over and over and over and over and just get sections of it each time till you have a built profile. And the other one is there was enough there to have an actual profile, I think.
So basically her point was, is she tried to make this very clear, which I feel like she has at this point, that all DNA profiles are created before she ever touches them. She doesn't touch direct evidence or blood or bodily fluids. She never touches any of that. She gets a code from a computer.
Right.
Your DNA sequence, and then runs it. That's what she does. She doesn't touch evidence. And that chain of command is super important. It's super important, which is why we have questions here with the knife sheath being sent to Othram. Is that chain of custody? That's the question marks.
Yeah, I think a lot of people, it's going over their heads here. I don't think people are understanding the big flaw here. It's like they're looking... It's like a red herring, and people are buying into the red herring. The big issue here, if it can be proved, right? If it can be proved, because there is no evidence of it yet, is the sheath. The entire sheath was sent to Othram, which is super uncommon and really strange. And Othram, for the first time ever in history, helped an active investigation. The first time ever. They have only ever done closed or cold case investigations. They helped on an active investigation with an active piece of the crime scene. And then they sent it to the FBI. That is a huge disruption in chain of custody on that sheath, where you have ISP who could not find anything, nothing. They couldn't find any DNA. So they sent it to Othram with their new technology, and they did find something. So why didn't ISP? And are we to trust all the other evidence from ISP if they can't lock down DNA? And I don't think people are landing on the importance of that.
Yeah.
That she should have never left the custody of anybody, ever. It's a problem every time it's out of somebody's hand. It's a problem every time another person becomes in the same room and area of it.
Yeah. The chain of custody is extremely important. It's
in my opinion,
vital. It's vital. No, it is absolutely vital in all cases, period. Because you don't ever want to draw question to the contamination of evidence. You don't even want that to be questioned.
I agree.
Ever. For people to ever have question marks of, could this have been contaminated?
But you know what's interesting is the prosecution is really leaning on the fact that, look, we're not including this DNA. This DNA means nothing. It does nothing. But the thing is, then why did you submit it?
Well, here's another thing.
Because it did mean something.
Vargas also says STR profiles have nothing to do with S&P profile or the genetic genealogy. I'm pretty sure she deals exclusively in S&P.
No. STR, isn't STR just a DNA strand?
That's what's ran through CODIS. That's when you have a direct DNA source.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. So it still builds the same profile.
Okay, I'm just confused because why would she say that then? STR profile has nothing to do with S&P profile or the genetic genealogy.
Correct. That's correct. An STR is an actual direct piece of DNA evidence that didn't have any... more than likely it's a blood or it's a bodily fluid or whatever that they were able to gain it from. An SNP profile is an electronically built profile based on a multitude of factors of continued reprocess of that over and over and over and over thing.
Okay.
I'm pretty dang sure.
S&P is always touch DNA, or is it always degenerated DNA then?
Yeah, it's a specific snip of DNA that can prove somebody's identity and built with that same over and over and over process. So... an SNP and STR do the same things. They're essentially the same thing, from my understanding.
I'm pretty sure S&P is almost exclusively touch DNA, I thought.
But the thing is why do you need touch DNA to build a tree? Any DNA can help you build a tree. That doesn't make sense. Just because you have an STR doesn't mean you're going to find something in CODIS. An STR and SMP both go into CODIS and look for the same things.
I don't think they can run SNP through CODIS. CODIS is exclusively STR because STR is the reliable one. They don't even run SNPs through CODIS, so that's not correct. Short tandem repeats is STR. Measure the number and times of a sequence, number of times a sequence or genetic code is repeated, and specific location of the Y chromosome. The common STR DNA tests are available are on 37 or 111 markers. Since the values for these markers change over time, they're useful for establishing the time frame when two men shared a common parental ancestor. STR DNA is tested with a standard Y DNA test. So STR DNA tests are that it can be used to find your genetic family surname, haplogroup, and subgroup you belong to. The cons are the unstable markers. And the fact that it cannot define precisely when your most recent common ancestor with your matches lived. What? Yeah,
you're getting into stuff that's not even important. This here explains it. I am wrong. So we identified potential candidate SNP useful for. So I'm thinking what you're saying is right. So it says single nucleotide polymorphisms is a SNP are largely untapped DNA resource for forensic applications because of the extensive database and experience that have been established with the CODIS markers. SNPs are unlikely to replace STRP for applications involving individual identification. However, SNPs offer many advantages over STRPs for inferring the ancestry of a DNA sample, for identifying close biological relatives, and eventually for inferring phenotypes like eye color.
Yeah, so I figured it out. So the single nucleotide polymorphism, basically, okay, so you heard me say that STR, that these were unreliable, okay? Some of it was unreliable. It's, here, let me find it again.
STR is the reliable one.
It is the reliable one. You're not hearing me. The cons are the unstable markers in STR profiles that cannot define precisely when your most recent common ancestor with your matches lived. So it is good for a single person. Like if I take your DNA and test it and find that it's you, like comparing your own DNA to your own DNA.
Yeah, it's just a different part of the chain.
SNP markers are ones that are stable over generations, like these long-term genetics that you're getting from ancestors. These are very specific ones that are super stable for whatever reason, and that's why it's better for genealogy.
Okay, got it.
It's interesting. Like, I didn't quite understand that before. We're still learning about DNA.
Yeah,
now
for sure.
Yeah. We've talked so much about it, and I didn't quite understand that there's markers that are good for certain things and markers that are good for other things.
Yeah.
Interesting. Very, very interesting. But anyway, that was kind of a tangent.
Yeah.
But at least we understand better. But so I guess that's why she's saying STR profiles have nothing to do with SNP profiles or genetic genealogy, because STR can't be really used for genetic genealogy. Mm-hmm. It can't really be. So,
yeah.
And STR is better for CODIS. That makes sense. But anyway, my question then is, how do you compare a SNP profile to an STR profile? Or did they take Brian's actual DNA and then compare the SNPs to the SNPs? Is that what
I'm
they
not
do?
sure. That's what I was just looking up, is what is the difference between SNP, STR, and then this person was saying that they thought that a SNP data can be transferred into an STR data, but somebody responds saying no.
I don't think so.
That's not the case. They said it's a single nucleotide polymorphism, not a polymerase, which I'm assuming makes...
So that has to be why there's a percentage base. And it's not exact, because it's not that perfect.
Yep.
You get a SNP profile off a knife sheath, it's fractions of somebody's genetic code, and they can only look at very specific things to connect it. It's not like they have a full profile.
Right.
They have a full SNP profile, not a full genetic code.
Yep.
So that's why it's percentage based.
Yep.
Interesting.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway, I'm really curious how this is going to turn out. It's interesting hearing different people's perspectives on this same issue. I appreciate both Jules of All Trades and Daniel from Drunk Turkey. I think they both ask good questions and also deliver good different perspectives on the same subject.
I think both are important.
They are important, and we're just here to highlight it all and talk about our perspectives.
Yeah.
But I'm really curious how this review of the IgG is going to go down. Is he going to end up not letting them have it all after reviewing it, or is he going to just?
I mean, that would be so messed up.
I know.
And it sounds
just
like
hand it all over.
Yeah, it sounds like the prosecution is still saying they're not going to use DNA. They literally can't. If they are not showing the work, then they're not planning on using DNA in the case.
Then how are they going to get a DP.
So
conviction.
What is insane is that means that was just used to character assassinate.
Yeah.
Literally, that's it.
There's no other purpose.
Nothing.
If it's not used for search warrants or arrest warrants, which is mentioned in the probable cause affidavit, so I don't know how you can say that it wasn't used for an arrest warrant because you literally put it in the probable cause affidavit.
Yeah.
Like, I don't understand that.
There's problems there. I'm looking at this like, what the?
That's one of your main pieces of evidence against this man in the probable cause affidavit, and you're going to say you're not going to use it in trial? And you're not going to show your work? Now, granted, Bill Thompson is not the FBI. No matter how many connections he has to the FBI, he is not the FBI.
No.
So, I mean, if they can't provide their work, that's an issue within the FBI. That's an issue.
Yeah, but I think what comes up then is, okay, if you can't provide your work, then how are we going to manage this?
Right.
Mm-hmm. So...
But I want to know what you guys think about the entire ordeal. You know, I've been hearing the media push, this is the strongest piece of evidence against Bryan Kohberger. The strongest.
I mean, it is a strong piece of evidence. If it's legitimate and the work can be shown and they can prove that it's reliable, respectful, and transparent.
So then why doesn't he want to use it?
I hear you. I'm thinking the same things. I don't know. I do not know.
This is the biggest question mark I have over this case right now. I feel like we've already pretty much shown the cell phone tower data's BS. If it's used, they're going to be wrong. You know, we have multiple experts actually that have come out in articles. You can just Google them. I've even posted one in the Discord, our Discord, of other people conferring to the same thing we have, that it's BS.
Yep.
The car... We don't know for sure yet.
Yeah.
There could be more. Mm-hmm. But maybe that's why all of this is BS, because maybe they just have him on footage walking up to the house.
I hope they do.
I hope they do,
I hope
too.
they do, so, yeah.
But I seriously doubt it.
Mm-hmm. Let us know. So, we are going into the crime committed, how I would have done it if I was committing that crime.
The Idaho 4 murders.
The Idaho 4 murders. And I want to give a shout out to A.R. Hayes and say a couple things here. For one, I feel super strange about doing this. I'm sure A.R. Hayes felt super strange about doing it too, because whether you're a criminal or not, I think that people who can murder other people are a different kind of breed. So, you know, I've never been in a situation like this. And honestly, it's a little disturbing thinking about it in this manner, because I've never had to think about anything like that in this manner before. But A.R. Hayes made a video out there. Malia brought it to my attention, was like, hey, I would be super interested in hearing how you would do this crime if you were doing it, you know, just to kind of compare and contrast. So shout out to A.R. Hayes for this idea. And for those members out there, we talked through the crime and factors and theories and possibilities and all the things that I personally would have looked at if it were done in any or all of these different types of ways. So make sure you check that video out. And then this is the final conclusion here. After I figured out, like, okay, goal is that essentially you're saying, hey, you're going to go in this house and it has to be these 4 people. So how would you do it from step 1 to step 100, right?
Yeah, like if you're going in this house and your targets are these 4 individuals, or maybe it's better to simplify it to the house.
That doesn't simplify it, because, again, this crime doesn't make sense. So how I would have done it is...
With these 4 people, okay.
Yep, with these 4 people.
Like play-by-play
which I
scenes
think
of a movie.
Would have ended up being 5, but I'm not 100% sure. Some factors come into play with that would change that. So should I do it from the perspective that I'm Brian, I go to a different college, or no?
No, I think you should leave out all current crime narratives.
I just live in the area, right?
Yep, and you've targeted these 4 people.
Okay, am I a college kid? So I know these people? I've seen them around? Like, give me a motive.
Okay, so let's say it's a revenge killing.
Okay. So revenge killing.
Something that you could actually...
They made me mad. They pissed me off. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, and I'm a sociopath. So,
because realistically, don't you think that's the only way you could ever commit a crime like this?
I mean, I could never commit a crime like this, but I can do all the things, and I have done all the things except that crime. I was just there for different reasons. You know what I mean? So, all right. So for me, it would have started at least a week ahead of time. A week is cutting it close, cutting it very, 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 very close, because I know that humans are repetitive in nature. So there are certain aspects that I would want to watch this house and or individuals and see, okay, what do they do on Mondays? What do they do on Tuesdays? What do they do on Wednesdays? What do they do on Thursdays, Fridays, Saturdays, Sundays? Do they go to church? Do they go to a party every Saturday night? Do they party at the same place? Do they split up? Do they hang out together? All these things, right? Because my target is these 4.
Wouldn't you need more than a week?
Yes, I'm saying in a week is the shortest.
Okay.
But yes, I would need more than a week. I would probably be planning this at least a month ahead of time, because you still have life things to do, and you need to watch where you can in between your normal life things. So I would have planned everything out ahead of time, knowing that I needed to blend in the area. I probably would have brought a what Steve Gonsalves called a kill bag with me, and I would have learned their routines, and I would have figured out that the best time to do this is around between 2 and 4 a.m., and there's a couple reasons for that. Police tend to change shifts between those times. Normally it's between 4 or 5-ish, because during college towns it's pretty busy at bar closing time. I would have got a welding suit, which is like, I think, a 5-layer suit that won't let any moisture whatsoever in there. I would have... With a crime this serious, I probably would have bought women's shoes 2 sizes smaller than mine to be ready for it and to throw police off. I would have drove to a place that did not have cameras, that was at least a quarter mile away from the house, which is a runnable distance if something goes wrong.
So you would have taken your own car?
There's no other option. If you steal a car, you're now committing a secondary crime that you are going to be found on cameras while driving. So I would need to drive my own car, find a place where there's no cameras at least a quarter mile away. Yes, I would have drove my own car.
So not public transport or anything like that?
No, not public transport. Public transport has cameras. Buses have cameras. They all have cameras. So yes, I would have drove my own car.
Would you have brought your phone with you?
I would not have brought my phone with me. No, I would not have brought my phone with me.
If it was just you alone?
No.
Okay.
I would have left my phone at home, but there's no way around the car. You're safer giving an explanation why you were there than you are taking public service, being seen with a backpack packed with stuff when you own a car. That is more weird being seen on public transport when you own a car than it is for driving your car and giving an explanation why you're there, getting food, right? So I would probably know to get food or something, and then if police ask where I am, I'm parked eating it. What do you mean? I just got food, and then I would just throw that food away or something. But I would park at least a quarter mile away. Without a map, I wouldn't know exactly where that is, but I would make sure it doesn't have cameras, and I would make sure that it's dark. It's dark enough for me to do stuff. The Linda Lane is not a good place. I wouldn't have parked there. I would only park where it's dark and not a lot of visibility, because even if there are buildings far away from you, as long as you're in the dark and not in direct light, then it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. No one's going to be able to see what you're doing, right? So I would have brought baby wipes with me and put hydrogen peroxide in them to wipe away any leftover blood splatter and things like that. I would bring really thick gloves, again, maybe welding gloves, because the gloves are going to get stuff on it no matter what. Welding gloves are porous, but they won't let anything through there, but they are thick gloves. And put everything in my backpack and hiked it over to the house. Once I was at the house, I would know that I need a quick exit, okay? And these 4 people are my targets, and time is the most important factor to me, and I have to worry about a couple things here, right? I would know that they have a dog. I would know that there could possibly be some other roommates, and I would need the element of surprise in at least one of the situations. So I would have a hard time making the decision on whether I would start with the bottom room where the man is, because that's the biggest problem for me, or in the top. The problem with the top room is if I need to get away very, very, very quick, there's a couple things in my way to get away. There's the back hill and fence. There's the retaining wall, which is pretty high, and there's a second-story jump. And when you're jumping from a second story, if you don't give yourself some leeway to like drop yourself down, you could break an ankle. There's no way around that, you know, if you just launch over that top bar. So I would try and make my exit. I would depend more on my speed and the weapon than I would about him first. So I would start at the top and then work down to my exit. So I would have found something to allow me to grab the wooden post and shimmy up to
the balcony.
You know, of the balcony, because you can do that silent with a backpack on. Pulled myself over, got up there, and then I would have put my clothes on in that back corner where it's really dark, where there's all the trees back there. You know what I'm talking about?
Okay, so you would have put it on right before, so that you
I would have put it on right before. Yep. So I could talk my way out of it if somebody saw me in that neighborhood. You know what I mean? I would have took the darkest path, and it's a college town, and knowing that I would have had cover there because college kids are walking around everywhere. But I would have gone on the balcony in that dark back corner, and then put on the suit. Put on my shoes that were the wrong size, 2 sizes too small, preferably women to throw them off, and looked in the bedroom window to see what they were doing, if they were awake, if they were asleep, if they were not. You can still walk under the window without them seeing you if you got to get down on your hands and knees and crawl under it, and then enter through that top balcony door, assuming I had already entered and verified that that was unlocked. So guaranteed it would be unlocked because I had already made sure it's unlocked and nobody lived in there, right? There's nothing in there.
Besides the dog.
I would have gone in, okay, and sure, if the dog is in there, I would have handled that then. It's just so gross thinking about.
Yeah.
If the dog is not in there, I would have opened the door, knowing dogs could, cracked the door, and probably sat right by the door because dogs can smell that. They already know you're there. So the dog would have came searching. It only a matter of time. It probably would have took 3, 4, 5 minutes. No one would have known you're there. You could have sat there for 5 minutes if you needed to, waiting for the dog to come in and take care of the dog. If I'm the type of person that could do this crime, I'm the type of person that could do that. You know what I mean? And just make sure it's quiet. And then I still have the element of surprise for the top room. And I would not do one person and then the other. I would slowly creep in and make sure they're asleep, right? I ideally, hopefully they're asleep. At least one of them is asleep so that you have the element of surprise. And I would have first strike been a fatal one to one person, the furthest person from me, and then the second strike, a fatal one for the person closest to me. So then if there is any movement or so-called fighting, you know, with the adrenaline or that last bit of life or whatever that somebody that could have, I assume, it's going to be not very strong. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And to keep it quiet, I probably would continue until there was no movement. I would do my best to check myself if I didn't hear anything. My first thought would be, do I hear anything, to see if anyone's been notified. So I'd probably stand by the door and check myself and see if I have any evidence that could track DNA. I would do something that would throw police off. What that is, I don't know. But every crime I've ever done, I've always left diversions, right? Whether it's shoes that are the wrong size, whether it is to make an exit look like I exited there when I didn't. In this situation, if I'm the type of person that could do a crime like this, could I set somebody else up in that way? Yeah, I guess I could. You know, because I wouldn't bring a sheath with me. A sheath would not come with me into that crime.
Why?
I would want a belt to hold everything tight so I have a range of movement for if anything happened where I needed my body. You know what I mean? If a fight broke out or something like that. So what I would probably do is put a belt on around the...
just a normal belt or like a utility belt?
No, a normal belt. Just a normal regular belt on around that to hold it tight to my body so I have good range of motion. I don't get caught on things, like it doesn't get caught on a door. The suit is tight and fitted but still gives me all the movement I need.
So a suit with a belt over it with a knife tucked in it?
Correct. Yep. Correct. Yep. And the backpack, I would have dropped, it would be empty, right? Because I would be wearing everything. So I would have dropped that backpack down to the bottom so I could grab it on my way out. And then I would slowly move down to the second level, hoping I had the element of surprise again. That would be my number one goal. If I didn't, of course, this would go very different. But if my goal is those 4 people and I'm the type of person that would do that, Dylan would be next in this storyline. She absolutely would be next because that's the first door on my way down. And I would also think that doing that one person would be very quick. So whether you're cutting a neck, you know, as gruesome as that is, or another fatal wound to a chest, I would probably go in there first, do that, and quickly move to the other room. Obviously not loud enough to, like, let people hear you, but I would move to the other room and slowly try and listen again. Do I still have the element of surprise?
So
if
you would have
do,
listened on the way down there, and if she was awake, you would have killed her, or you would have checked that room and it would have happened.
I would have checked that room and it would have happened. Yeah. Yeah, because I don't want any surprises behind me.
You. Yeah.
I don't want any surprises behind me. So the only option, even knowing there's a man in there, that is my biggest problem in the house. A problem that's bigger is my getaway if somebody calls the cops.
Yeah.
I want a couple options of getaway if somebody calls the cops or they happen to be there or something like that. I want a couple options. And the only way to have a couple options is the second story, where I can go out the slider, I can go out the front or the top. I could go anywhere. So I know that I could take care of the top quick, right? Super quick. They are young, weak in upper body because they're women in comparison to a man. That should be the easy thing in this situation. That should be the start, right? Easy to control, easy to keep quiet. I would think easy for anything. You know, I've never thought about ending someone, but is it possible that person had a pillow and, you know what I mean? Is it possible it was a bam?
Anything's possible.
Bam. I agree, and I don't know, but so I would have gone in Dylan's room. If there was someone in there, there wouldn't be anymore. And then hope that I still had the element of surprise for the other room. After that, the biggest problem would be the man. So the man would be the first attack in that room, and then Xanafer. You know what I mean?
And then you would exit out of the where?
Yeah, you know.
So after Ethan and Xana's room, where would you go? What would you do?
Would I know the house was clear or not clear? Because if the house is clear and I made sure the cell phones are off, I might prioritize checking for DNA. If I thought someone was there, but my job was done. God, that's just so weird. So I would take off. That just leaves too many question marks. But I would take off the suit.
In the home?
In the home. Yeah, 100% I would. I would take off the suit in the home, because under that I would also have long sleeves on. And under that I would probably tape my sleeves, which is something I have done before, where I tape my sleeves so nothing can come out, anything like that, and tape your ankles, and then put shoes on that don't fit. Because regardless what cops say, they cannot tell when somebody is wearing shoes that don't fit. They claim that you can tell because, like, edging patterns or something.
The toe marks and stuff.
Yeah, it's not true. You just have to curl your toes. Everybody stands different. They cannot tell with really thick-soled shoes that you're wearing shoes that are too small.
Even if they're brand new shoes, it doesn't, like, thick, hard bottom shoes that are new, yeah, I don't think they could tell.
They can't. No. So I would be wearing a couple sizes too small. I would check the house after every single time. I would give myself probably 10 seconds and, like, you know what I mean? Like, calm down. I know adrenaline's not my friend. I know adrenaline messes up crimes and it gets people caught. So I would probably calm myself down, calm my heart rate down, and listen to see if any sound is in the house. If there's sound, you have a problem. You have to take care of that problem. If there's not, you can then move on to your next step, you know. After that, if we're done and I'm just leaving after that, if I believe there is nobody else in that house, And I know for a fact that I had the element of surprise in each 3 situations to where nobody called the cops. I would take a couple minutes and check myself. I would check my body to make sure I'm okay to leave. If I don't know, then what I would do is take off my clothes, and I still have clothes underneath it, right? And lay it on the ground, and as I'm taking it off, you step out so that your feet never touch the ground from sweat or anything like that. And then, take off the mask, take everything off while standing on this pile of clothes that's underneath you. And then I would bundle all that up inside out, keeping any DNA that's on the outside out of it, and walk outside to the backpack. Once I'm outside in the ground, like on actual ground, hard ground, I would put the shoes back on and continue walking with everything in my backpack.
What if the shoes have blood on them, though? So you wouldn't
It doesn't
bring a
matter.
second pair of shoes?
I wouldn't. That's so bulky. I don't think I would take another.
There's no blood trail leading away from the home.
I know, but all you have to do is walk away from the house. That's it. You just have to walk away from the house. And you got to remember, the only blood trail on the shoes are if you step on it. If you're working backwards from the furthest to you, always stepping backwards, you're never going to step on blood. You won't ever step on blood. Just to be sure, I would take my shoes off in the house. I would probably have 2 or 3 pairs of socks on, and maybe take off one of those pairs of socks, put it all in the pile everything up, wrap it up really, really, really tight, and hold it and walk out of the house with it.
Yeah, but what about once you get to the car? Like, that, you're risking any little bit of blood on your shoes, so would you have a change of shoes and clothes at your car?
Yeah, I would definitely have a change of shoes and clothes, because everything that was exposed, you got to get rid of.
Right.
From there. So once I got back to the car, I would, but I'm thinking getaway. And if I have shoes in my backpack, if I have all this junk in my backpack, I just don't think I would take an extra pair of shoes. I really don't think I would. Would I? Maybe, but I don't think I would. Because, for one, I would care about the DNA on the backpack, because if cops got there and I needed to run, I knew I left that backpack out there. So I would be conscious of that, not to leave anything in it. That's where the shoes would have to be. That's the only option.
Yeah.
I don't want shoes in there unless they're new, that I've never touched before. Never touched before. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. So, assuming that all went good and everything went how it was supposed to, I would walk back. I would get outside with my bundle, put it in the backpack, and then casually walk back to the car quick, but not like sprinting away from like something's wrong. Just quick enough back to the car, and then get the baby wipes and literally wipe everything. Every single piece of my body.
So what, would you have a trash bag hidden outside of the car too?
Yeah.
To put everything into?
Mm-hmm. Multiple. 3 trash bags. And I would take the whole backpack and everything, knowing I'm going to get rid of it, and put it in the backpack with the murder weapon, everything in there.
And the wipes?
Yeah. Everything. Put everything in there. Wipe my whole body down. Put everything in that bag, literally everything, knowing, the hydrogen peroxide should deteriorate any of that. I would probably wipe everything multiple times, taking 10 minutes, you know what I mean? Because knowing everything has to be in the bag, every piece of DNA has to be in the bag, and everything. And for people that think that there are criminals out there that don't think of that stuff, that's just not true.
No.
You do.
You do.
You think of everything. Literally everything. If you're good. So. And then get in the car, drive away, have a shovel in my car, and bury that bag under a tree.
Brian Koberger had a shovel in his trunk.
Did he?
Yeah. He did.
I would
don't know if it was used anytime recently. I don't know if it was forensically tested or not. I did hear from multiple people that live in the area that it's typical to have shovels in your trunk in winter around there because of issues with getting your car stuck in snow and stuff. That a lot of people have shovels in their trunks. So that's not abnormal.
Interesting.
It is interesting.
Yep. But I would bury it under a tree. All of it. Everything. I would not burn it.
That's so weird. I've never heard anybody talk about burying evidence under a tree before. I always hear burn it. But you can't burn a knife, so.
You can't burn a knife. Nope, you can't burn a knife. I would bury it, and it deteriorates under there, and no one's going to get to it. People aren't like, hey, let's go dig a hole under a tree. You know?
Yeah, people think bodies of water. They think burning things. They think...
Yeah, and another interesting fact is people don't look at trees and think like, oh, wait, why is that dirt like that? You know what I mean? Normally dirt is already...
weird around a tree.
Yep. But yeah, this feels super weird. I don't know if I passed the test that I could be a sociopath or what, but...
That wasn't a test like that.
Obviously, I'm joking, I know.
I think it's interesting. You know, I used to watch a show where he was a criminal who was like a mastermind burglar who then went on to make a security company. And he was talking about how he would break into homes to help people understand how somebody could break into your house.
Yep.
And
dude, how I would, no one would guess.
Well, see,
nobody.
That's why he did that, because most people wouldn't guess how he would break into a home.
It would not be through a door.
He created a really good security system, and I feel like that for anybody who has that experience, it's incredible knowledge to have, because your average person would not think of these things at all. They would not.
Yep.
How would you break into a house?
Take the window off. Take a window out.
How do you take a window out?
There's only 4 or 5 nails that hold a window in.
So what, you just pull them out?
Yep.
Is it quiet?
Yeah. I mean, as quiet as pulling a nail out. Yeah. Houses aren't as secure as people think. Doors are kind of loud to go in. There's normally a window on them, blinds, they shake and move and like
squeak.
You know what I mean?
They cause air pressure differences in the house too.
Yeah. With a window, you can, almost all new windows, you can literally like lift a screwdriver on them and shimmy the actual whole window out without pulling the window frame off. But you can pull off any window frame really quickly.
Okay, so how do you stop someone from ever being able to do that?
Cameras.
No, there's no way to secure your window so somebody can't just shimmy it out. Like
cameras,
glue.
Dude.
Like
cameras deters
glue.
Everything. People do not want to be caught in camera. Cameras and dogs. Most burglars, I mean, when I was doing really bad stuff, I loved my dog. I would never hurt a dog. Never.
Yeah, but a killer would.
Sure, a killer would, but I think killers are few and far between. But let us know what you think, you guys.
Yes.
Let us know your thoughts. Bam.
I am frankly terrified.
The crime just doesn't make sense.
No, it doesn't.
No matter how we do it. That's why we talked about it for over an hour at first, because it just doesn't make sense. And there's no explanation why more people aren't hurt. There's no explanation why a whole room was skipped. If the entrance is the back door, there's no explanation why that wasn't the first door checked. Like, there's just... it doesn't make sense.
It doesn't. Does not.
Unless they started at the top and came down and Dylan was in Bethany's room. To me, that makes sense.
Yeah.
And then, you know, maybe something was going on between them and they were embarrassed. I don't know. I just know people don't like that narrative, but it's a good reason to lie, too, if you're not ready to be honest about that stuff.
I don't know, man. I don't know. There's a lot of, you know, rumors out there about it, and I don't know what to think. I just know that thinking about how to commit a crime like that and looking at the narrative we see now, it just doesn't seem to line up very well.
Yeah.
So, a big topic, you know, going around the Idaho 4 case right now in the true crime community, just something people keep bringing up that I see being brought up is Ann Taylor going to defend Bryan Kohberger well. Like, is she going to do a good job doing it? Is she going to... Does she have a conflict of interest, okay?
People worry about her integrity right now.
People are questioning her integrity, yes. That is exactly what I'm trying to say. People are questioning her integrity, if she's in it for the long haul, if she's in it to actually, you know, defend her client and get him found not guilty, because a lot of people believe that he's really innocent or could be, and they want to make sure he has a fair trial, and I understand that. I get that, but I don't find any basis for the claims that Ann Taylor's integrity is to be questioned. I find no basis for that personally, but we're going to do an Ann Taylor deep dive, and I want to know what your guys' thoughts are, you know, at the end of this. Please leave it in the comments what you think. Is her integrity up for debate? Is it a question? Do you think that she's going to defend him with integrity, or is there some conflict of interest here? So... there is not a lot of information on Ann Taylor just based off Google searches. There's not a lot. But we have some things here that are relevant, important. We have a little bit of background on her. So one important thing to mention is that Ann Taylor is not a public defender in Latah County. She is from Kootenai County. So there are only 4 public defenders in Latah County. That's it. And 2 of them recused themselves from this case.
Okay.
And we need a public defender who is death penalty certified. We need one who is qualified for a case of this magnitude. So they had to go to Kootenai County. And if they couldn't find somebody there, they were going to have to go all the way to, like, Boise, a major city super far away that they would have had to pay a ton of money out of pocket for. Like, you got to remember that. If they couldn't find someone in Kootenai County, they were going to have to go way outside of it, and that would have costed the state a ton of money.
Yeah.
So Ann Taylor pretty much was the only choice in the situation. Now, 2 people I want to refer to is Andrea Burkhart did a 3-part series on Ann Taylor's conflict of interest. The lawyer you know, I saw 2 videos from him on this topic, and they were specifically surrounding the issue with Kara. The fact that her or her office defended Kara for several times, actually,
sure.
In the past, and right when Bryan Kohberger was indicted, Ann Taylor signed a document removing her from Kara's cases.
Yeah.
The current case that she was defending her on. Now, I've heard people saying it was only her office, but from the documents I saw, it looked like her. So I don't know what the truth is, because, and I'll have a picture up of the document, it shows her. Specifically.
Are you sure it's not showing her office?
It doesn't say her office. It's signed Ann Taylor, and it says Ann Taylor in the document. It does not say this office. So I don't know for sure. There could be other documentation that I am missing, and if you guys know of any, please let us know if it shows, like, it was her office and there was a different attorney. But in the documentation that the lawyer you know and Andrea Burkhart both showed, it showed her recusing herself from Kara's case and offering another public defender by name.
Okay.
So it seems pretty definitive to me. Now, does that mean Kara ever even met Ann Taylor? Well, with her covering her cases numerous times in the past, according to the Crime Sleuth interview that Kara did recently, you said you watched that specific part where she talks about how she never actually met her.
Yep. That there was some kind of mix-up with signature or whatever, and she wasn't actually the one who oversaw her case.
Okay. So, see, that's where this gets confusing, because that document and Kara's account, it doesn't quite make sense.
Yeah.
I'm sure there could be more documents out there that we just don't have our hands on, that maybe nobody has requested for us to know for sure.
Mm-hmm.
But if Kara says she never met her, I mean, that matters. But also in Kara's interview with Banfield, which was earlier this year, she talks about how she's like, feels personally betrayed that she trusted Ann Taylor, and that made it sound like she had met her.
Yeah. Yeah, you had mentioned that.
It's a little weird. Maybe we can play a clip of those two situations, like very short clips, because it seems contradictory.
Mm-hmm.
I'm more inclined to believe the later interview with Crime Sleuth in for some reason, but that's just me.
Yeah.
You guys decide what you believe on that. But regardless of that, according to Andrea Burkhart and the lawyer you know, and many other experts I've watched on this, regardless of her even have been a literally Kara's public defender, there's still no proven conflict of interest.
Yeah.
Unless it could be proven that Kara was going to be on the witness stand and Ann Taylor herself would have to question her and use her own personal knowledge of Kara possibly to question her in the court.
Sure.
Which there's no saying that would have ever happened.
Yeah.
There's no direct conflict of interest. No reason that she couldn't represent Brian Kohberger at all.
Well, also, even in that situation, like, the prosecution would have to have an issue with that on top of it.
And the
they
judge
would have to bring it up, and, yeah.
There was a hearing, and the judge did declare that she did not have a conflict of interest.
Okay.
This was addressed by the court, okay?
Well,
and
that's awesome.
They declared there was no conflict of interest.
Great.
And recused herself immediately when she found out she was representing Brian Kohberger.
Well.
And that is up to the lawyer themselves. They're supposed to make that call. When they feel like there could even be a potential conflict of interest, it's their call whether they want to continue representing both clients or not. And she chose the safe route, so I think she did the right thing.
Yeah. All I've seen is trustworthy work from Anne so far. I know there's this underground like bickering about whether they trust Anne or not, but dude, that is like, I feel so weird about that because we haven't seen any behaviors that should cause that. And that's my big issue is like, we're judged on how we act and how we treat people, not how it looks, we look, things look.
Yeah, and we'll get into some of the running narratives, but so I wanted to mention that because that was kind of more of the conversation of the past, like about 8 to 9 months ago. People were questioning that, and I wanted to address that real quick to just get it out of the way.
Yeah.
Because what's being questioned now is not that, really. But we had never talked about that before, so I wanted to get it out of the way. So, who is Ann Taylor? Well, she is born in 1965, 57 years old. She's a lawyer who's currently working as chief of Kootenai County Public Defender's Office. She's been practicing since the 90s. She was really well known to the area, but not the nation, obviously, until Kohberger's case. She did have a LinkedIn, but apparently made it private. I've been trying to get my hands on to see if there's like an internet archive of it. Haven't been able to yet, but I'm still working on it. And if I find the information, we'll have to talk about it on live stream or a follow-up video. So She started representing Bryan Kohberger January 5th, and she apparently recused herself literally like the day before or day of that. So it's as soon as she found out about that. Now, we have from 2017, when she was announced to be hired as the new Kootenai County Public Defender, the chief in 2017, that's when they did this little thing on her, kind of citing her background. And so far, this is the most credible information I've been able to find on her background. Now, I know that she became the chief in 2017, but worked for the Public Defender's Office in Kootenai County from 2004 to 2012. Apparently, she first went to Idaho State University, where she got her bachelor's degree in political science and master's degree in public administration. And then she went to University of Idaho and graduated there with her master's in 1998.
Okay.
So since then...
You mean doctorate?
Oh, yeah, doctorate.
Yeah,
my bad.
She got her bachelor's and master's from Idaho.
Yes, bachelor's and master's from Idaho State University.
Yep.
And then University of Idaho is when she got her doctorate in 1998. Right, that's when she graduated. So since then, she's been practicing law on the local, federal, and state levels. She's worked all three, which is pretty impressive. And she even had a private practice at one point, but apparently, or worked for a private practice. I can't find the exact, I just know that she was private at some point.
Okay.
And I don't know what that means exactly, because from 1998 to 2004, when she started working for the Public Defender's Office in 2004, that whole time is blank. I don't know what she was doing. If she was interning for a private practice, maybe that's what it was. Maybe she came onto a private practice and kind of worked for them and then decided to go to the Public Defender's Office.
Do you know if she already was a barred while she was working on her doctorate?
No, I don't know that.
Because you don't need a doctorate to get a bar, to be barred.
Right.
So.
Yeah, that's true. I bet she was.
Yeah.
I bet she was.
I wondered. So she might have been working then, and her doctorate was kind of like a slow process, maybe?
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah. So she's held previous positions with Kootenai County, and this is in 2017 when they're announcing her as the chief. It said that she worked previous positions, which we know from 2004 to 2012, including 5 years in the prosecutor's office and 8 years as a deputy public defender. In addition, she has more than 5 years private practice experience in criminal defense, and is on the board of the Idaho Association of Criminal Defense Lawyers and is death penalty certified. Now, we have some quotes from her, and these quotes, they make her seem like she's really bought into being a public defender. It matters to her.
Dude, public defenders don't make that much, you guys.
No.
When you're looking at their salary, they're making between $150,000 and $200,000, which for a doctor-level lawyer is not that much.
Agreed. So this quote says, "As I begin this journey, I'm excited to do my very best. I'm so excited to lead the Kootenai County Public Defender's Office, and most of all, I have gratitude for all the members of the Public Defender's Office. I am grateful to be welcomed by an outstanding office, and I'm looking forward to us standing together to advocate for citizens in Kootenai County." Chairman Mark Eberlin, added, "We are very excited to have Anne return to Kootenai County as our new public defender. She is well respected in the community and brings a wealth of knowledge and experience to this position. We have every confidence that she and her staff will continue the tradition of providing excellent level of service to the community and their clients." So, I mean, it sounds outstanding. I also have another article here where there's even more quotes. So this is the Coeur d'Alene Press, or it's Coeur d'Alene / Post Falls Press. And this is also from 2017 when she became the chief. So this quote says, "I always thought that was the job I'd want someday." Taylor, who specialized in criminal defense and private practice for the firm of Palmer, George, and Taylor. There, I found the private practice. I didn't even notice that
Robert,
before.
George, and Taylor?
So
she was a
specialized
name.
in criminal defense and private practice for the firm of Palmer, George, and Taylor.
She was a named member. Wow. That's super uncommon.
Well, see, I hear that running narrative. So she was with them for 5 years. So, yeah, she went from private to public defender. Usually it's the opposite.
Yeah. Yeah.
So that tells me personally.
But her name was on that. That's
Right.
uncommon for lawyers' offices. Normally you have to work to that.
Oh, yeah. To be a named partner is what they call
Yep,
it.
named partner. That's it.
You
Yep.
do. Just like the Johnny Depp and Amber Heard case.
Yep.
The girl who represented Amber Heard or Johnny Depp the most, she got named partner for that trial.
Oh.
She made named partner because of it.
Yeah.
For outstanding work.
Yeah.
So it takes...
It looks good for the office.
Depends on the office, but you work hard, you can become a named partner like that.
Yep.
So for her to go from a named partner at a private law firm to public defender tells me that she cares about this work a lot.
Yeah, you're
and
talking
she was
name
a prosecutor.
Partner? Dude, name partners can make what the annual salary is in as a public defender in a quarter.
It's
Literally
way more
in a
money.
Quarter.
And she was a prosecutor at one point, which I heard Bob Motta say this at one point, that he never sees defense lawyers becoming prosecutors. It's always prosecutors becoming defense lawyers.
Yeah. They probably see the problems and they're like, I don't want to do this anymore.
This is why I don't like, Nancy Grace talking crap on Ann Taylor, saying, I don't know how you can look yourself in the mirror, defending Brian Kober. It's because they're defending people's rights. They're not just defending murderers, and trying to get them off. You know what I mean? They're defending rights. Everyone's rights to make sure everybody has a fair trial so that when that person is innocent, they're not railroaded. Or guilty to make sure it's a fair trial so they can't get out of it.
Yep, can appeal it and get a retrial or get a mistrial because something came up, like that widow dude that killed multiple of his wives.
You gotta make sure it's the right person.
Agreed.
It's important.
Defense attorneys are there to defend our rights.
So it sounds like this is what happened. From 2004 to 2012, which again, I don't know what happened between 1998 and 2004. Maybe that's when she was in the prosecutor's office. That would make sense to me. Okay. So maybe from graduation, I'm just trying to connect dots here with the years we've been given. Prosecutor's office from the time she graduates to 2004, she works for the public defender's office, and then it says that she worked... Okay, so from 2012, now I know this for sure, 2012, 2017 is her private practice. Okay. And then, so it went, I'm assuming, with the prosecutor's office, it was before 2004. But I know for sure, 2004, 2012, public defender, okay? And then 2012 to 2017, she was in private practice. And then 2017 is when she came back to the public defender's office as a chief, as head of it, and has been there since.
Okay. Yep.
So she says it's such necessary work, referring to what interested her in the public defender position. It's important to make sure constitutional rights apply to everybody. You help people who are facing horrible times. I love the work. She took the position for John Adams, who retired in March after nearly 21 years as the chief public defender. It says that she was an Idaho native, graduated Idaho State University, where she earned a bachelor's degree, a master's degree. She earned her doctorate from University of Idaho, so that's confirmed here too in 1998. Interesting, right? Because I kept seeing
interesting.
I kept seeing people say, "Well, she graduated from University of Idaho. Was she a part of a fraternity or a sorority? Is there a conflict of interest there? Because, you know, these students were going to the same university as her?" I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know how I feel about that. I go back to the fact that why are we judging, grading, holding somebody accountable to how something looks, not their actions? And I don't know. It to me, it's just a very simple thing. You got to give people a chance. I'm not saying trust people, but allow people the space to act how they want, and then base your judgments off how somebody acts. You know what I mean? I think she has been trying hard. I think she has been working hard.
I think she's been working her butt off, man.
Yeah. And there's been multiple times in the courtroom where neither of them have been happy, meaning she's obviously making progress somehow, in some way, in some places.
You know, we've seen them butt heads, like, over the IGG stuff. Just recently in the Zoom hearing, they were butting heads.
Yeah.
Now, here's the things that people want to cite. Okay, Steve Gonzalez said supposedly that he feels like the judge, the defense, and the prosecution are all on the same side sometimes, or the defense and the prosecution at the very least are on the same side a lot of the times, and that clearly bothered him. I see people making that argument now, too, that, like, well, they both signed off on the house getting torn down. And they see that as red flags. What's some of the other stuff? It was, the gag order, the no cameras. So we have house getting torn down, gag order, no cameras.
Yeah, but dude,
they feel like those things being on the same page are a problem.
She needs to do what's best for Brian, not what's best for us. And if she's in a situation where she feels like there could be some major questions around this investigation, which in my opinion it sure seems like that's what she's going after when asking for this certain discovery in this certain way, and the police officer's background and training and things like that, then she probably knows she's more likely to have succeed and or success in this by taking cameras out. Mm-hmm. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I understand why taking cameras... When she sees all this character assassination, it makes sense for her to want cameras out. It makes sense for her to want a gag order so that this evidence can't keep being misinterpreted by mainstream media.
I agree.
And use to character assassinate him.
I agree.
The house getting torn down, she got 3D scans of it. She was out there right after, and I have pictures here from the Daily Mail of her out there like right away at the house. And they were doing scans, they were taking pictures, they were investigating. So maybe she felt they had all they needed from the home. You know what I mean? Like I don't know. I don't know if I can see it. I don't know if I can see it. Her being on the same page as the prosecution and dealing with him to get Brian convicted intentionally. So here's one case. Taylor worked on the case of Jonathan Ellington, who was accused of using his car to run over a woman in a road rage incident. He was 45 at the time, was convicted and sentenced to 25 years for the crime before having it overturned because of an Idaho police officer's false testimony. So Taylor said that Rice was pivotal in the verdict against Ellington, which was the police officer, adding that he had a presence in the courtroom. Fred Rice, the police officer, was accused of lying in the court in relation to the incident. He was later... So she gets it called out. She gets this case overturned, and then there's another trial, and he was later reconvicted of the charges during a second trial after the Supreme Court ruled that Rice lied on the stand.
What? He was still convicted?
Yeah, that's what it
After
sounds
the
like.
police officer lied?
Yeah. But she called it out and got it overturned.
Yeah. Yeah.
So, I don't know. It's
She's
odd.
not afraid to call out
She's not
corruption.
afraid to call it out. No.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, there were false statements from Idaho police. She got it overturned. But yeah, it sounds like he was later reconvicted.
I mean, maybe he was really guilty, though.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Right.
So,
I get it. So, I mean, regardless of whether he was innocent or guilty, she still found that a police officer had lied to get the conviction, and that's still wrong. Like, police officers should obviously not be doing that, because what if he wasn't reconvicted the second time? What if that's found in Koberger's case, and he's innocent? You know what I mean? But
Yeah.
he gets convicted because police officers are up there lying.
yeah.
Or what if that guy
Dr.
was
Moore.
really guilty and it got overturned and he didn't get reconvicted? Now we got a killer on the streets. Like, when you are a public official, you're law enforcement, you're an investigator, you are a prosecutor, anything like that, and you're involved in this process, you lying jeopardizes the entire case.
Everything.
You're
In
literally
every
putting it all on the
way.
table.
Yeah, whether he's guilty or innocent, it makes no sense.
Well, and
that's
I
what
think
we've
it's-
been saying the whole time.
And it's right for her to call that out and for him to have her trial and reconvicted if he's truly guilty, because nobody knows if he's truly guilty if you have officers lying on the stand.
Agreed. I agree.
Then you have to put all the evidence up for question. Like, are they lying about everything? Is he actually guilty?
If you find one lie, there's usually more.
Yep.
Absolutely.
So, I mean, we know that she's uncovered corruption in the past, okay? And as far as I've heard, this isn't the only case. It's just the only one I have pulled up right now for the sake of time. We can always do a part 2, or I can pull it up more in a live stream. You know, we can premiere this and do a live stream after or something and talk about more. But my point is I have found nothing to prove any kind of issues regarding her that I would make me feel that she's not in it.
No,
to support her client and get him the fairest trial possible, and maybe even prove his innocence, which is not her job. She shouldn't be proving his innocence.
No.
That's not her job.
No.
It's to cause reasonable doubt. It's to uphold his rights. It's the prosecution that has to prove he's guilty.
Correct. Yep.
But
absolutely. And I think it's commendable, and I think it is a super important thing to look at the amount of pay they're getting. Like I said, defense attorneys are there for the people, and they are clearly bought in to do this work. I just think it's silly, like, okay, let's track this real quick, right? I know we're kind of at the end of the story time here, but let's track this real quick. So what are people saying? They're saying that she worked at the prosecutor's office and then just like made some kind of under the table agreement, like, hey, Bill, I think one way we could get a leg up into taking people down who we want to take down is I'll go work at the defense table, but really I'm working for you guys and with you guys, and you know what I mean? That doesn't make sense. Neither of them make good money.
No, it makes no sense.
There's no financial gain.
People keep comparing it to Delphi. These two cases are not comparable, okay?
No.
The judge is not literally violating the client's rights.
Yeah.
Okay? Anne has been calling things out from the beginning. She absolutely has been. It just hasn't been met with the same illegal behavior that Judge Gohl is doing in Delphi.
I agree.
I don't feel they're comparable. You don't have this authoritarian judge coming in and being like, you are grossly negligent lawyer in removing things from the docket and doing illegal stuff, like I said. I mean, if that were happening, I guarantee you Ann Taylor would be fighting as hard as those lawyers. I do believe those lawyers believe that Richard Allen is innocent, possibly. Everyone keeps saying that. This is what it looks like when these lawyers believe he's innocent. Maybe not. Maybe it's just this is what it looks like when they know somebody's rights are being violated.
Yeah.
And that what's happening is not right, regardless of innocence or guilt.
Right.
Because, like we said, this sets a precedence for future cases. And, I don't know if Ann Taylor thinks he's innocent or not. That's not what defense lawyers focus on, usually. Yeah. They focus on the evidence and seeing, is this a case we can win or we're going to lose? If they feel like it's one they're going to lose, a lot of times they try to make a deal, which she has not tried to do whatsoever, and neither has the prosecution. Maybe that's because she knows the prosecution won't even offer a deal. Maybe that's why, but so far she's been picking apart every bit of their evidence.
Yeah.
And, I saw Cluminati point out the other day, which is a video I hadn't watched before, that in his alibi, she literally fed them their own PCA as, like, the reverse, which is super smart. I never thought of it that way. When she wrote out his whole alibi, she literally, like, repeated point by point their own PCA and fed it back to them.
Yeah.
It's kind of funny.
That is.
But, I mean, obviously everyone's entitled to their own opinions. It's just not my personal opinion that she is, like, this walking double agent for the prosecution. No,
I agree.
And has this bias because she went to the same university as the victims. I'd be curious to understand her more, but we just have her law background, and honestly, that's even fragmented. I had to connect those dots here with you guys to really make sense of it. So, I don't know.
Yeah. I think it's interesting. I think it's unfair that you have somebody that is a defender of our public rights that by all accounts looks like she's doing some really good work, really important work, and work that matters to her, and everything that I've seen her do has been really commendable. And I don't know, it's kind of messed up to just be like, to jump down that rabbit hole, man.
Well, it's true that not all public defenders are as dedicated as what I see she appears to be.
Sure.
There are some that are extremely overworked. Almost all of them are extremely overworked.
Yeah.
All of them. But there are some that are those public defenders that are just like, let's get you the easiest plea. Let's get you the easiest plea. Let's get you the easiest plea. And they just cycle these clients in and out, and they don't care. I've dealt with one before, a couple actually in my past, where it is that. You walk in, they get you the best deal, you walk out, or you go to jail,
For sure.
And they don't care what happens to you. They're not that invested in you. They're just worried about the next client that's coming up. That's true. That's true. But by all accounts, Ann Taylor doesn't seem to be one of those. And it seems like she's high enough up there that she really only handles the major cases that, like, she is required for.
Yeah.
The bigger ones. But let us know what you think.
Yep.
But that's a wrap for the show.
Yep. Let us know what you think. And that is it for Thought Riot Podcast. And make sure you do all the podcast things. Hit that like button. Hit that subscribe. If you're not subscribed, hit that notification.
You gotta add your own sound effects.
Yeah. What am I missing? Comment.
Check out Twitter. We're getting a little bit of traction on there. Twitter's been the hardest social media for people to find, just because the handle's different. It's Thought Riot Pod, or X, Twitter X. Yeah, do all the things. Leave us a review. It really helps a lot. Liking really helps a lot. Leave us a comment. Let us know what you think about any of the topics we covered in this episode. Episode 17, baby.
17.
Yep, of True Crime Full-Time Thought Riot Podcast. The worst podcast. The worst true crime podcast.
Yep, the worst there is.
Ever. Period.
Yes. But yeah, let us know. Come hang out.
Yeah.
Do the things.
Come catch us on a live Sunday, Monday, Wednesday, or Thursday, 9 p.m. to 11 p.m. CST, Central Standard Time.
Yes.
And yeah, that's it.
See you then.
Yep, stay safe out
Bye.
there. Bye.